And then
Uh-oh.
I'm about to go live in the sex, sis, okay?
All right.
Oh, yeah, we right back at it. It's your homeboy KSOMON, the hostess with the most is burning like toast is. Listen, this gonna be a good one. This is the Jehovih Chronicles, number 35. The oppression of women and girls in the Hebrew Israelite religion. Sub, like, share, KSOMON Cal TV. And this is going to be a special one, y'all. This is going to be a special one. You dig what I'm talking about? I got somebody special in the house. Let's get it. Let's go. Hey. Let's go. Hey. Shout out to the Creator Gang. Peace to the righteous gods and the Nirvanian goddesses. Creator Gang is in the house. Oh!
What he do? What he do? What it do, bro?
Yeah, this number 35. Jehovah
35.
Chronicles. KSOMON meets the GOAT.
Hey.
Woo!
So 8, look. 3 and 5 is 8. That's infinite.
Man,
That's the infinite flow.
Infinity, huh?
That's the infinite flow, right?
Now look.
So they got to jump in. Either they're going to jump in on the positive side and go with the flow, or they're going to jump in on the negative side and go against the current.
Exactly. You dig what I'm talking about? You got to get with this vortexian wave, or you going to get left. Now, it's your hostess with the mostest, burning like toast. This is KSOMON Cal, man. I didn't check back in from Etheria. I didn't slip past into ancient Gautama. You dig what I'm talking about? And I found the daughter of Jehovah, the daughter of Iwata.
Iwata. Hey, you better know.
Sons of Hyonga, sons and daughters of Hyonga.
Yes.
Yeah. Raised up high. Raised up high. To experience trial and error. I got none other than the intuitive GOAT. Intuitive GOAT. Give it up for the intuitive GOAT. Hey! Now, you know your boy KSOMON. I had to stop by in the atmosphere. Step down in the ooze real quick, man. We gotta get into some real serious stuff. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
You know, but on over here we like to, give out some shouts to everybody in the house. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to Ray. Shout out to my Swift Messenger. My Swift Messenger. She Brew is in the house. You dig what I'm talking about? Peace to you, She Brew.
She Brew.
That's right. Shout out to Global Purpose. Peace, family. My big sister better than your big sister. Set apart living. That's my big sister.
That's right. What's up, Set Apart?
Bless up, bless up, bless up. My sister Tikva in the house. And she cook better than your sister. Huh?
She cook better than yours.
Who else we got up in here? The Cali Connect himself. Yahweh Yadred. Peace to the righteous God.
I can see in the chat now.
Up in there, Angelic.
That's my girl right there, Angelic.
Yeah, she cold too. One day we got to get y'all on a bill with the crystals and the chakras and all that stuff. Got to get y'all on, man. That's man. This thing gonna blow up.
Yes.
Lord, hurt and peace and blessings to you and your family. Creator, gang.
Creator, gang.
There's my young bro right here. Young spiritual light.
Oh man, spiritual light.
That's right,
bro.
That's right.
What's up to my family? What's up to my family? Jehovah's daughters in the house.
That's right.
What's up, my girls? What's up to the newly acquired sister Jamia? What's up, sis? Right. What's up, sis?
Shout out Yahweh. Spinning that vortexian wave. Huh? Raising his spiritual grade all the time. Shout out Yahweh.
If y'all see me looking off to the side, I got my little Facebook family over here watching too. So
Jamia Brown Curry. Jamia, big shouts to you. Big shouts to you. Man, y'all support the channel, man. Hit the likes. Support the channel.
Oh, yeah.
Jamia be coming through, man. Listen, she a real rider, man. Real Nirvanian goddess, man.
She really is.
Love my sisters, man. I love my sisters. Who up in the house? Bezel. I got Bezel the Israelite. Peace to the family. That's right. Who we got up in here? Brian's Yog. The Yogi. Brian's Yog is in the house. That's right. Shout out. Yog is in the house. All the fakeness. That's right. I got a back feed coming somewhere. Shout out to the Nazarenes, the Essenes.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure y'all.
True faithists. The true faithists. the Essenes, the Nazarenes, the real Israelites, those who follow nothing but the Creator. No gods, no lords, no saviors.
No gods, no lords, no saviors. Creator only.
Creator only, man. This is why this is the Creator gang. I'm a cut the music on this one. You dig what I'm talking about? We want to get full, you know, a real. I want to hear this, man. This is Jehovah Chronicles, lesson number 35. The oppression of women and children in the Hebrew Israelite religion. Let me get this out your way real quick. Now here, but first of all, this is all fair use. Fair use.
Mm-hmm.
I want to I don't want to just get right into it.
Right. We got to build up.
I want to see what's going on real quick. Let's see if we can find a little something to share. You dig what I'm talking about? With the family real quick. Let me see if we can get something to share with the famola. Watch this. Hold on.
Thank y'all. Y'all be pumping me up. I swear.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, let me get a little vibe going again. Let me get a little vibe going in. I'll turn it up just a little bit. Rock with me for a minute, y'all. Rock with me for a minute.
Yes. This show is getting ready to get started, Facebook family. Thank y'all for watching. It's your girl Intuitive Go. About to bring that fire with my brother Cosmo.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Y'all know I bring that heat. Been bringing that heat 300 strong. You already know. So look up your seats. I'm about to tell some real life stories. I'm about to get cracking. Watch.
Right. Now look at this here. I just want to share this with my family. You dig what I'm talking about? I want to share this to let y'all know this is not a game. You dig what I'm talking about? This is not a game. These things that we are talking about happen every single day.
Every day.
Every single day. This ain't something new. This is something evil that's been going on a long time. I don't want y'all to get hip.
Ooh, y'all see that headline? Do y'all see that headline? Do y'all
Hebrew Israelite mother arrested for marrying 13-year-old daughter to a 47-year-old man.
All right, Shalom.
Did y'all hear that, Facebook family?
Let's get this going. Check this out.
First and foremost, I want to give all praises, honor, and glory to Yahweh, Bahasham, Yahweh Shai, Bahasham, Bahasham.
Oh, Lord.
Double honors to the elders.
Hold on. Yeah. Let's get this right.
A woman married her daughter that was 13 years old to a 47-year-old man because she was brainwashed in that Hebrew Israelite religion. Had to be.
That doctrine.
Trying to please some husband of hers. Somebody had her thinking that was the right thing to do for God. We don't do that. We don't.
Yeah, that's not the way to go. You did what I'm saying, but I didn't want to get it from their point of view. We want it told evenly and honestly. So this is a little short one here, family. You did what I'm talking about, just to give you a heads up of really what's going on in this.
Now an update to a story that we've been following since our 4 o'clock newscast. Investigators with the Fort Bend County Sheriff's Office tell us that there is no marriage license in that county for a 14-year-old girl who says that she was forced to marry a 47-year-old man last year. Deputies have arrested the child's supposed husband and a woman. Stephen Carty was arrested and charged with aggravated sexual assault of a child Monday. And yesterday, Cherry Payton was charged with endangering a child by criminal negligence.
Just a very disturbing case. 13-year-old child.
Hold on, let's run it back.
Last year.
Because they quick to say, oh, no, not us. That ain't our group. That was some different Israelites. Them ain't.
Oh, no, they not. No, they from a camp. They in a camp.
Indeed, they are. You dig what I'm saying? Indeed, they are, sus. Let's go back.
No, that's the first thing they gonna say. Oh, they in a camp. That's camp doctrine. We don't do that.
Deputies have arrested the child's supposed husband and a woman. Stephen Carty was arrested.
Look.
Supposed husband.
This nigga older than me.
Supposed
47.
Supposed husband.
I got my youngest daughter is 13. I couldn't even, you sick ass dog.
Absolutely.
You tasseled fuck boy.
Exactly.
But even worse, look at the mama. That's the mama.
And got the nerve to have a little smirk on her face, like she did it for God.
Boy, she about to go to a hell knot and don't even know it.
Ooh-wee.
Charged with aggravated sexual assault of a child Monday, and yesterday, Cherry Payton was charged with endangering a child by criminal negligence.
Just a very disturbing case. 13-year-old child married to a 47-year-old. I don't think there's anyone in Texas that's going to agree with that.
Now, the teen told a doctor
nobody in the world going to agree with it.
She was 13 years old and sexually active. Carty told officials that he belonged to the Hebrew Israelites faith. This investigation is still ongoing.
Wow. Let me stop sharing my screen real quick.
I'm just grateful the little girl didn't get pregnant. At least she didn't get pregnant. Thank gosh.
Thank God, man. You did what I'm saying. These sick, pedophilic, you know what I mean, dudes, man. You know, but the thing is, they God okay this stuff.
Yep.
They God okay this stuff. Now look, this is all fair use and educational purposes. But before we go any further, let's pay these bills real quick. We're gonna be right back.
Welcome. Bye. Chronic, left, right, that's come, left, right, hey. Ooh, yeah, boy.
As you already know, KSOMON needs to go. Number 35, the oppression of women and girls in the Hebrew Israelite religion. So now, you know what I come to do? I come to balance all balances and check all checks, because you know what happened next when you see the butterfly vortex. Let's get straight into it. Sus, Give us a little background. Give the people a little background on who you are, right? And how did you come into contact with the Hebrew Israelites? Tell them a little bit about where you're from. First of all, big yourself up. Go, tell them about your show. Tell them about everything. You did what I'm talking about. Y'all hit the intuitive goat. Y'all get them crystals. Get everything. She gonna let you know. But what I just want to put that in there. But let them know where you're from. Right. Where you're from. You dig what I'm talking about, your name and all that stuff, and then dive into how you got introduced to the Hebrew Israelite, the Black Hebrew Israelite religion.
Okay. All right. Well, first off, I am DeSean LaFay, right? That's my name. That's my public figure name. That's what I've been going by for the past, I don't know, 5 or 6 years.
Don't give it away.
You know what I'm saying? About 5 or 6 years, whatever, But so basically, let me see, where do I start? Who am I? I'm from Los Angeles, California. Born and raised, moved out here to Arkansas about 11 years ago because I saw what was happening in the housing market and didn't want to be homeless on the streets with my child. Best decision I ever made. We really were able to come out into nature and get close to the Creator in a way I had never even imagined. I didn't even understand what was really happening and how I got called out here. But it was the best decision I ever made, most definitely. So in the midst of being in Los Angeles, I was 22 years old. I became a Christian. I wasn't raised in a traditional religious household or anything like that. I was raised by my great grandmother and my grandmother. By the time I came along, my great grandmother had stopped going to church. All I remember my grandmother doing was making sure everybody had something to eat. She would always make sure the house was, it was a reception area for anybody that need to come inside. And she listened to Reverend Ike. She played her horses. And she drank her Coors Light beer. That was my great grandmother. Just Hey
man, I think we got a lot of the same
great grandmama. You know what I'm saying?
We got the same grandmama.
She taught me how to garden, all that kind of good stuff. You know what I'm saying? She was from Texas, so when she got to California, she brought all her Texas ways with her. Come to find out, her part of the family is from the Kadu clan on the Texas-Sabine border. And we had a boat business back in the day, and they burnt down our boat. They was jealous, and then so we went and got our land. We already had land, so then we just started cultivating the land and making a farm or whatever, and then the sharecropping and the blah blah blah, all of that.
Now look, y'all go look into the Kado people. They dominated the eastern side of Louisiana, all the way down into Texas and Galveston.
Yep.
And Galveston, they were sea people.
Yeah,
you dig what I'm talking about? They was masters on that water. Masters. Y'all get off into that, man.
I love the water to this day.
So you say you moved to Arkansas.
Yeah. So all right. So before I moved to Arkansas, I got into the Hebrew religion in 2010. I want to say it was 2010 because it was right after Obama became president, right? Because he got it in 2008, right?
2008.
2008. So 2010, I had come off the Christian religion. I got hurt in Christianity, basically. I never felt any power. I always felt like I was in sin. No matter what I would do, I was destined for hell. I just felt defeated all the time. It was a horrible, I felt really bad. And so I just kind of shied away from the church and stopped going to church. I was done with church. Then I started dealing with the Buddhism and the chanting and all of that. And it was cool, but I couldn't find my creator in that. It was a weird mix of spirituality and carnality that I couldn't grasp. I couldn't get
right. It didn't sit well.
Right. So then I moved away from that. Then I went on to the Muslims. I studied with them for a second, it was cool, but I couldn't get with a lot of the stuff they were talking about either. So I moved on from there. Then I went to the Jehovah's Witnesses. And Jehovah's Witness was cool, but then I realized when you don't agree with them, they don't want nothing to do with you. And I was like, well, that ain't cool. So I couldn't deal with them. So right at the end of the Jehovah's Witness came the Hebrew Israelite thing. And they were on the corner. We were in Los Angeles. They were on the corner of Slauson and Crenshaw. Hollering and screaming, right? Talking about we the chosen people and, you know, the white man and blah, 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 blah. And up until this point, now this was my story. Up until this point, I was unable to really connect with my brothers and sisters because of my eye color and my skin color. And I always felt like I had to prove my blackness to my people. So when I came into the Hebrew religion, I felt accepted no matter what color I was. All I had to do was wrap my hair up. I could look like Hobby like the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to be, you know, cute or nothing. It wasn't, you know, take off your eyelash. You don't have to, none of that. You blend right on in with the rest of them and should nobody be bothered with you. You know, I'm black now. So I'm home. I'm black. Yes.
I found that there's a very prominent color line or colorism that comes with the Christian faith. You see what I'm saying? The Christian faith seem to have a undercurrent of racialism and colorism. You know, basically the Willie Lynch type syndrome. You dig what I'm talking about? The tall against the short, the light against the dark. Did you coming up in your churches, did that play? You dig what I'm talking about?
It was just in my life, period, Cal. It was from school to church, you know, not necessarily in church predominantly, but I'm just saying overall in my lifetime, I was unable to really connect with my brothers and sisters because it was always somebody, she thinks she cute, or you think you all that, or you think you better than us. And then I was very smart. I skipped from the 4th to the 6th grade. So then it was just like, oh, she thinks she's smart. She think, and that was never the case. I'm black. I'm with y'all, you know, black power. No, they didn't want to hear none of that. So what I'm saying is when I came into the Hebrew religion, I felt a sense of solidarity based on the so-called bloodline and the, you know, you're if your father's black, then you black, and you know, we all in this together type thing. So it was like a camaraderie that I had not felt before. So that was the first draw. And then the second draw was the fact that it seemed as though we were chosen over the white people. You know what I mean? And up until that point in California, the racism is different than it is out here, but it was more of they were scared of us. They would walk across the street. They would get off the elevator. They holding their purses when we walk by, you know, stuff like that. So it created a culture of already feeling superior or better than, because if they're scared of us, then we must be something to be feared. So, you know, I felt, you know, a sense of superiority over the white people coming up in California like that. So then to have a religion that backed it up, oh, we're the chosen people. Oh, we're set apart from everybody else. And God said that we're the people that are supposed to, you know, bring what, I don't know what we were supposed to bring, but basically, you know, we set apart and we're the chosen ones. And, you know, God is shitting on everybody else, but he loves us. Okay.
Yeah. That's a hell of a draw. That's a good gimmick. You know what I mean? You know, the brotherhood, you know, on top of God see us better than everybody else. Basically, you can do no wrong. And then regardless, in the end of the day, he about to crack the sky, come back, kill everybody, all the white folks. He gonna kill all the white folks and only leave 144,000 niggas, but you gonna be in heaven.
I'm gonna get to be one of them 144,000 because the more I hate white people. No,
that's a hell of a sales pitch. You did what I'm talking about. And for a person who is searching or is just lost, man, that's a hell of a sales pitch there. You see what I'm saying?
And it was like the more I hated white people, the more I would be able to get into the 144,000. You know. But I mean, that was just my mindset tripping. But okay, so then the next draw was the guy that I was with at the time, this religion was going to make him have to stand up and be a man, because in the Bible it says, you know, if a man don't work, he don't eat, and he's supposed to provide food, raiment, and shelter for his wife. You know, all these different things. He's supposed to work by the sweat of his brow. So all the things that he was using against me, as where Proverbs 31 and and all this stuff, I'm putting it right back on him, where it says right here, you're supposed to do this, this, and this, and you ain't doing none of that. You know, so I was like, well, good. You know, I got something to hold in my hand that I can use to show him that you're not being the kind of man that you're supposed to be to me. So that was the third drop. Then, you know, the sisters, the sisterhood or whatever, at first, it seemed healthy. Then after the man got a hold to somebody telling him he can have more than one wife, that's when everything started to go left for me in that religion, because the man was already he already had a proclivity to be, you know, out in them streets. That's really his heart and what he wanted to do. Now he found a religion that would back him up and say he can do this and God is with him. And if I had a problem with it, then it was something wrong with me. There was some kind of evilness or some uncleanness in me, because the Bible says that women brought sin into the earth and they were cursed with pain of childbirth, and their sorrows were increased. So he would tell me, so if you're crying and you're upset about something, don't take it up with me, take it up with God, because he said your sorrows were going to be increased. And if he's using me as the vessel to increase your sorrows, then don't talk to me about it, talk to God. Yeah. Yeah, that's how deep that got.
Dang. This is common? This is common? This is what's going on?
I don't know if that was common, but that was my story. That's what happened to me.
Damn. Listen, sisters, man, if y'all y'all listen in, man. The sister got some real insight, because these is Jews. You see what I'm saying? And I heard you mentioned Proverbs 31.
Oh my gosh, they love that one. That's their favorite one.
Proverbs 31. Let's get to it real quick before you go, get back into your story.
Yep.
The description of a worthy woman. Can everybody see my screen? Let me see. Let me try to blow it up just a little bit. Let me see if I can blow it up just a little bit. Okay. All right. Did it blow up a little bit? Let me see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Now, which one they like? They like the whole 31?
Yeah, they like the one all the way down to where it says the husband get to sit at the gates and talk with the homeboys while she doing all the work. They love all that.
Let's check this out. Let's check some of this brainwashing that's going on. Let's check out some of this biblical brainwashing.
Mm-hmm.
Proverbs 31:10. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Now, the crazy part is there is truth and truthism to what they're saying, but when it's coming under an umbrella of oppression, it proves it's not from the Creator.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm saying? It proves right there that it's not from the Creator. Let me see if I can blow this up just a little bit more. Let me try to get to it just a little bit more. Okay. All right. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies.
Mm-hmm.
The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her, so that he shall have no need of spoil.
Which means, and they would interpret that means he don't need to go out and work. He don't have to go out and fight. He don't have to go war for things, because she provides everything.
This is the Shalom part of speech. We in the King's James version, the blue letter version. Let me see. This is Strong's. What's the definition? Salah or shalal. Translation from the King James Version.
Man,
I'm trying to get that.
I'm sitting there thinking about it. So I'm they teach you, well, you know, you already a feminine, so you want to be a feminine woman, so you're trying to be feminine. So you dress like Holly Hobby, you don't wear makeup, you put your hair up in a head wrap, you know, because it dishonors yourself and your husband to show your hair out in public. Okay. You can't show your shape, you know, no kind of femininity, or no, you just gotta look like Holly Hobby. Okay, cool. You do that. All right, cool. Then you go to work, you have a job, you work 40 hours a week, you come back, you gotta cook, you gotta clean, you gotta sew tassels on your husband's clothes, you gotta sew tassels on all your kids' clothes, you gotta cook, you know, what he want to eat, or you gotta serve him first, you know, make sure he get the biggest portion of the food and all of that. You know, take care of the kids, get them out of bed, get them to bed, and then let him sex on you, you know, for however long, whatever, you know, whatever. And you can't say no, even if you're tired, you don't feel like it, whatever, you can't say no. And then if you're on your period, you got to go in a whole nother room and sleep by yourself and be sequestered from the rest of the family because you're unclean and you're dirty and this and that and the third. Oh my God. It's just, oh yeah. Oh yeah. And if anybody come over to the house, you got to instantly get up and cook whatever that, you know, you got to fix some food for whoever come over, whatever.
Well, here's the definition for booty. It ain't got nothing to do with not working. This is prey, spoil. This is something left over from something taken. You still had to get up out the house and do something. You dig what I'm talking about? But let's get back to it. She will do him good and not evil all the days of her life. She seeketh wool and flax and worketh willingly with her hands. Right? Well, what does she do today in 2022? I'm sure they're not working wool. Many of us don't have farms. They don't know how to grow flax. So is this even outdated? We understand what they're saying. But is this, shouldn't we have a new updated version for our new updated goddesses? She is like the merchant ship. She bringeth her food from afar.
Hold on, let me stop you right there. Let me stop you right there. She bringeth her food from afar. When we first got here, we were staying in a motel, and it was supposed to be the Shabbat, and we didn't have a car, and I had to go walk 2 miles to go get some food and bring it back because I had to do what he said do. He felt like he needed to relax on Shabbat, and I'm supposed to be pleasing unto him. So I had to go out and get the food. And then he pulled up that scripture. She bringeth her food from afar. I can't make this stuff up. Okay, go ahead. Dang. Go ahead. In the heat.
She rises. This is 31 and 15. She riseth also while it is yet night, and giveth meat to her household, and a portion to her maidens. She considereth a field and buyeth it. With the fruit of her hands she planteth a vineyard. She girdeth her loins with strength, and strengthen her arms. 18. She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth not out by night. Wow. How is that explained to you? How is this verse here explained to you? She perceiveth that her merchandise is good. Her candle goeth out not by night. How is that explained to you?
So you guys know that a lot of you all know that I have my own business. I've been like doing my own thing forever. And I used to make these body sprays, and I used to make fabric sprays and stuff like that. So I would be tired. Well, the Proverbs 31 never got tired. You need to make that merchandise so you could go out and get the money because you have to provide for your family. And you tell God that you tired. Tell him you tired.
Wait a minute, did he work?
Not really, no.
Dang. How long was y'all together? Just so you know.
Oh Lord.
So I mean, because nobody in their right mind would go through that. No woman would go through that ain't under some type of spell, or you dig what I'm talking about, or really what it is fear.
Well, listen. Okay, and that's the other part I was about to get to as well. Okay, so in the midst of all of this, it was also me wanting to please my God, who I thought was the creator, because I was always trying to get to creator, but exactly. I thought creator was God. And so every time I would buck up against whatever he was saying, he would throw the scriptures on me so that it would be like, God said to do this. You take it up with God. And then I would feel so bad because I would feel like I was letting down my God. So it was a lot of stress and pressure. And after a while, it was just like, after a while, it was just too much. It was too much. And I started crying out. And yeah.
She layeth her hands to the spindle, and her hands hold the distaff. She stretcheth out her hand to the poor. Yea, she reaches forth her hands to the needy. So you still got to go out here, make all the money, shoot all the moves, give the money to him, and then you still got to turn around and give to the needy and the poor?
No,
you needy and poor at that point.
I wasn't allowed to give to the needy and the poor.
Oh, he ain't follow that one.
No. Whenever I would try to give to someone else or try to do for other people, he would like either say, like they would be white. Most times it would be somebody white, but because that's who would be asking me, you know what I mean? Like whatever, whoever, whatever. If it's a white person asking me for anything, so that was definitely not allowed. And then if it was somebody black, like if it was a man, he would have to like decide if we was gonna do it or whatever. But most times it wasn't about giving anybody anything or doing good works to other people. That was definitely out. That wasn't on the list of things to do.
Wow. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, for all her household are clothed with scarlet. She maketh herself coverings of tapestry. Her clothing is silk and purple. Her husband is known. This is what you're talking about. Here we go. 31 and 23. Her husband is known in the gates when he sitteth among the elders of the land. So
guess where he was
better
sitting?
to kick it with the homies.
Guess where he was sitting?
What I'm talking about.
Guess
while your wife is at home struggling and get some praise from these niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? Then to get off your ass.
Guess where he would be sitting?
And go to work.
Guess where he would be sitting?
Where?
In Starbucks.
In Starbucks.
He would sit in Starbucks and start conversations or arguments with white people and, tell them about, how they going to hell. And I mean, that's all he would do all day. Just sit in the Starbucks and start shit with people and never tip the people and get free drinks. I can't make this up.
Wow. These niggas is, man, listen. This is crazy. This is crazy. Okay, so obviously there's no two ways. You loved your creator because you went through this. You it wasn't that you really thought you was letting the man down. You thought you was letting the creator down if you didn't do these things. Am I understanding you correct?
That's exactly. It was not for him because it was too many times I would be bumping up against what he was talking about. because it wasn't sitting right in my. I just wasn't feeling right. Like this ain't. But the crux of the whole thing was the women, the other women in the situation, the other women. Always talking about how he can have another wife, and the rules would always change about how he can have another wife. First it was he had to have a ketubah. Then it was if he has sex with him, then that's his wife. And
okay, hold on for everybody who not up on what's a ketubah.
Oh, it's like a written paper instead of a marriage license from the white man. They write down on a piece of paper the rules and regulations of whatever the so-called union is supposed to be. You both sign it, and that's the marriage.
But if from my understanding, all Hebrew camps don't rock with the multiple wives.
No, not all of them. And we weren't in a camp.
That's a problem. Either they all should or they all shouldn't. Showing the disharmony and the lack of symmetry right there, proving again this can't be from the Creator.
Right. We weren't in a camp because he was too what do you call it? Too what's the word I'm looking for?
He was a dirty brew.
Yeah, he was too hearty to be to be in a camp.
He was a dirty brew.
Yeah.
Okay. So how long did this go on?
From 2010 when I first got into it until 2018. That's when I
that's like 9 years.
No, actually, the end of 2017 is when I left him the last time in that house. When I walked out, and that was it. And I ain't been back since.
Okay, 8 years. You went through a lot. Tell me about what you seen happen, not only to yourself, but with some of the sisters that you ran across.
One girl told me about her husband was raping her daughter. And the Brews were protecting him. She kept trying to get the police, and they kept moving him from house to house. I've seen the multiple women, the wife thing where, the husband and the wife would find the truth together, and then the husband would find out that he can have more than one wife, and he'll bring some new young girl that's not even about the lifestyle. She just on ego. That this man want to bring her in the house with his wife. She must be doing something wrong. Something must be wrong. He bringing me in, it's something wrong. And she coming in with that kind of attitude and then get pregnant. And then the other girl is just upset and angry and feeling left out and can't talk to nobody because it's something wrong with her because she can't accept this. It's something wrong with her. She evil because she can't accept this new woman and this new baby in the middle of a marriage that she had no idea was about to be shared. When she got married to that man, they wasn't in that religion, and now here he comes talking about he want another baby. That's just yeah. And the whole and the you can't talk to nobody. You can't. They wouldn't. The sisters would shut each other down. Like if one would try to come and say something that was going on in her house, they shut her down. You can't bring up nothing that's going on in your household. You need to talk to your husband about that. How you gonna talk to your husband about him abusing you? That's like, what?
Man, that's backwards. And the thing is, you would think the sisters going through, they know something wrong. They know something wrong. Even if they still riding with it now today, for whatever reason that they fear their God, they fear that they're going to mess up with the Creator. They love this man. They know something is wrong. You can't tell me. I was raised by a black woman.
Right.
My mama black. My sister's black. My auntie's black. My grandma black. Exactly. You can't tell me nothing about no black women. Nothing. Exactly. And I know they know bullshit. They got bullshit meters on 10.
Exactly.
So they know in their soul, even if they with it and been with it so long, and I get the idea that, well, I've been doing it this long. If I've been fucking up, well, I've been fucking up this long. But is that kind of like a Munchausen syndrome? Like, taking sympathy on your captor?
Mm-hmm. What's that called? That's called
that's Munchausen by proxy.
In that Stockholm, that's Stockholm, though,
And
right?
in Stockholm, yeah.
Yeah.
Stockholm's disease. You see what I'm saying?
I think at a point in my relationship, I was also dealing with a narcissist. So the narcissistic aspect of a man, okay, how do you say it? So it's already bad enough a regular man that wants to manipulate and will use the Bible to manipulate, but then it's also like 100 degrees worse when that man is a narcissist, because now he has a playground that facilitates every evil thought and mindset that he has. The narcissistic
when you say
trait,
playground, you mean the Hebrew religion?
yes,
Wow.
it is a narcissistic playground. Yeah, because
and basically catering to
ego. It caters to ego. It caters to male chauvinism. It caters to ego. It caters to domination. It caters to manipulation. It caters to humiliation. But the biggest thing is pride and ego. And narcissists have to have their ego stroked consistently. They cannot be alone. They have to have praise and attention 24 hours a day. So the fact that they can have more than one wife, that's just, oh man, all the women on me, telling me whatever, and I get to dominate all these women. That is the biggest ego boost to a narc ever. And then have the women fighting against each other. That's the triangulation. That's the devaluing of one and putting another on a pedestal, and then having them fight each other with the gaslighting. Tell one, you're, I like being around you because when I'm over here with her, she do this and that, the third, and then that makes that first one think about that second one differently, and it makes disharmony in the household, and then they thrive off of that. So I had that aspect going on as well. So it wasn't just a regular dude on some regular stuff. This was a whole narc on some stuff too. So
wow, that is nuts, man. I'm on behalf of all real men out here, you did what I'm talking about. I like to apologize for that fuck nigga. We don't even rock like that. That's not how real men ain't even built. I can't sit still. Ain't no way I'm about to be broke or have my woman out here doing anything. You dig what I'm talking about? Not that she don't want to do anyway. And when it is crunch time, it's the man supposed to get on that good foot. Maybe I'm just old school.
And you know right school. You old school in the right school. So yeah.
Well, I got some home training. Lita ain't raised no punk. You dig what I'm talking about? Lita ain't raised no punk. Shout out to my mama. You dig what I'm talking about? She raised a real one, a soldier. You dig what I'm saying? And she taught me to love the Creator.
That's right.
She always kept me looking out. You know what I mean? And to trust my gut. You see what I'm saying? So, wow. Okay.
No, I'm already out. Somebody said 8 years of it run. Oh, baby girl, I've been gone.
Right. Okay.
I've been gone. I wouldn't even have this hair on my head if I was still in there. I wouldn't be no lipstick. I'd be looking like Holly Hobby sitting up here wrapped up in a sheet. Nuh-uh.
So you had a certain type of dress that you wore?
I wasn't even, baby, listen here. Your girl couldn't buy no clothes. I didn't have any clothes.
That ain't like you. That is not like you.
I didn't have any clothes. I wasn't able to buy my own clothes. I couldn't buy no shoe because all my money went into this taking care of the house, and this dude wasn't doing nothing.
You wasn't even taking care of the house. You was taking care of him. No. To be taking care of the house.
No. What I'm saying is, I had a child too. So his mindset is he would deal with women with children because he knew a woman with a child is gonna make sure she got a place to stay. She gonna make sure she got food for her baby. She gonna make sure her child is straight. So if she's doing all that for her child, then I can just slide on in there. I mean, she gonna take care of it because her baby is there. And so that's how he would. So because I'm so focused on taking care of everything in the household, I never got to take care of me. I could never go get nails done or get clothes or I just didn't never have enough money for that. So when he went away, when I left that alone, that's when my money started. And then I started speaking them curses up because, they say, oh, we're under the curses and we're cursed and we're in poverty and we don't have this and we don't have that and da whatever. So when I stopped saying that I'm under these curses and I started speaking life to myself, that's when my money started increasing and I was able to give more. And the more I give, the more money I get. But we're going a little too fast. But
yeah, we didn't win. We didn't win all of the faith is, but you can't escape it. You can't escape it. You did what I'm talking about. When you live in it, you live it, and when you know it, you know. You did what I'm saying. A question was asked from the crowd.
Yeah.
You did what I'm saying. This my bro Kevin Sears. Peace to the righteous God, K. This my brother K here. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. Don't you let the smooth taste fool you. He asked the question, how free do you feel since your emancipation?
Brother, every moment of my life, I find myself saying, thank you, Creator. Thank you, Creator. I get in my car. I have a car. I'm not walking out. And I ride around the places that I used to walk. And I'm like, thank you, Creator. Thank you, Creator. I drive up to my house. I have a 2-bedroom, 1-bath house on it looked like a quarter of an acre of land. I pay $600 a month. Everything all included is less than $1,000. Thank you, Creator.
What?
Thank you, Creator.
Where you at? You in Arkansas? Hold on. I'm about to come out there where you at.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
Hey, what?
I drive down the freeway.
You know what a 2-bedroom right now in Detroit is running $1,800.
Yeah. And that's just the house. That ain't even the lights, the gas, the water, the grass, none of that. I'm talking about all in.
Up here.
I'm talking about all in. I pay about $975 a month.
Fuck.
I just say thank you, man.
I pay double that right now, and then some.
And my job is good. I just say thank. So I'm every aspect of my life is 180-degree turn from what it was before. I'm able to laugh loud. My mama used to laugh real loud, and I got that laughing loud from her. I can laugh loud. I can smile.
Do you feel lighter? Do you feel free?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
If my physical body wasn't attached to my spirit, I'd be phew.
Okay. Let's get off into this, right? There are some mental things that kind of must take place. You know what I mean? A sort of subservience. While you were going through this experience, did you feel something was wrong? Like,
definitely.
I'm not.
Definitely. Oh yeah, it was a lot of fussing and fighting and all kind of. Because I was labeled as contentious, and I was always I'm rebellious. That's the word. I'm rebellious and contentious, and tried to get me diagnosed as bipolar.
Wow.
Because I would cry all the time, because I'd be upset and crying and mad.
That's one thing Black folks got to stop doing. We do that to faithists, and you know what I mean? We do that to people who are clairvoyant, clairaudient, they hear spirits. You dig what I'm talking about? We always trying to shove a pill down their throat and tell them they crazy. They not crazy. You crazy. You the one crazy. Uncle Joe been telling you for years. He been talking to a nigga. You never stopped and asked him. What'd he say, Joe?
Exactly.
No, you stuck Uncle Joe in the pen or you threw him in a crazy house, you filled him full of bullshit. Now Uncle
Mm-hmm.
Joe can't even think.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's good.
No, I always knew it was something wrong. When we first started, it was nice. It was nice. It was nice for about a month because he was treating me like the Bible. It was like the Bible had him. How do I say it? It went okay. When we first, it was 2010, and when we first got into the reading of the Bible, and he saw that the way he was living was not what the Bible was saying, then he's trying to straighten up. He was trying to do right. Like, okay, I got to do right. You know, this is what God wants. And, you know, I got to be a right husband. I got to treat you good and da-da-da-da. And he was trying. And then this old mop head nigga came from out the corner talking about some, oh, you know, you could have more than one wife. And everything just went left. Everything went left. And after he brought that first girl, then he left me for a 21-year-old. That didn't work out. So when we came to Arkansas, we came here, and then he had this other girl, whatever, and they were treating me really bad. And then I got out of that and ended up by myself for a little bit. Then he wasn't doing good, and he kept coming to me every time he wouldn't do good with another girl. He would come to me because I would be stable, and I have been stable since I've been here. I've moved up from motel to the projects to houses, and I haven't gone no lower than a house since I got my first one.
And that's good, though. You dig what I'm talking about? That's that redemption process. And you know what? I've never been the type to cry over spilled milk. You know what I mean? I went through something to get something. I couldn't see it then. But now, later on in my life, I'm like, I made it through this so I could do this. So I could see this a different way. And had I not gone through what I went through, I wouldn't be who I am today. Do you feel the same way a little bit?
I definitely do. I definitely do. I know, especially with my contact that I had with the Oahspe over my lifetime, it wasn't a one-time thing. The Oahspe had been chasing me since I was 24 years old.
Oh, come on, talk to me.
And the first time my first encounter with it, I moved into an apartment and somebody had left it in there.
What? Wait, whoa. No, hell no. I ain't never even hear of Oahspe till like 2013. I didn't even no. There's no way a Oahspe was just sitting in a goddamn. Are you for real?
Yeah. And I didn't know. This was when I had first started getting into Christianity. So I was like 2 years into Christianity. And yeah, 27. And so I was about 24 years old, and we had moved into this apartment, and it was the Oahspe on the top shelf up in the closet. And I pulled it down and was like, what is this? Somebody left some book in here or whatever. And I didn't even crack it open. I didn't.
Do you remember what color it was?
Blue.
Blue. Was it a light blue or is it dark blue, like big blue?
I was the light blue.
Yeah. Okay, that's the Ray copy. Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't.
Okay.
It wasn't that big.
That copy from the 70s.
Yeah.
That copy's from the 70s, 60s,
and
70s.
I never cracked it open, cause I never even cracked it open. I didn't. Wow. I just thought it was a book somebody left. You know what I mean? So I wasn't.
Yeah, somebody left a book. Yeah. You didn't even look at it, did you really?
Then I want to say I was like 26 or 27. And when was it? Who had? I can't remember exactly where we were, who had it or whatever, but somebody had the book. And
a
they were
black
like,
person?
had to be, because I wasn't dealing with no white folks.
Okay.
I want to remember. I can't hardly remember because it was like insignificant. These are just times that they reminded me that I had my hands on an Oahspe. And so somebody was saying something about it, and I was like, "No, you know, that's if it's talking against the Jesus, then I don't want to hear it, and I'm not dealing with that, and da 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 whatever, you know, because it's Jesus only, Jesus, 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 and I didn't want to hear it."
Jesus.
And I wouldn't let them, you know, tell me nothing about it.
Right.
So then I was in my 30s. Somebody was saying something about the Oahspe, and I was like, yeah, I heard about that book or whatever, but I don't deal with that. And that was that. And then in my 40s, I ran across it again. Trip this. It was in another apartment. Somebody left it in this. It wasn't even in California. I was in Arkansas, and somebody left it in this other apartment. And they had a book. It was an Oahspe book in there. They left a book of spells. And they left a fairy book. It was a book that had like different pictures of fairies and all this stuff or whatever, right? So all of this was together. And then this witch came. This was some crazy ish this one night. So the night that I picked it up, all this stuff was going on. This witch was crawling to the door. It was crazy, man. I can't even. She was on her. We opened the door and she was crawling to the door. We like, what's wrong? And she couldn't talk or whatever she had going on. And then when she came and she saw me, she acted like she didn't want to, you know, come to the door. And my
wait a minute, was she like squatted down on the ground?
My nigga on the ground crawling, like pulling herself along, like she couldn't walk, slithering. Swear to God.
Oh.
So then he said, come on in here. Let me help you up. Come in the house. He picked her up and brought her in the house, right? So that's the only way she could, because she saw me and stopped dead in her tracks. But I'm just retelling the story now because I wasn't in cognizance of what was happening until after the fact. So she had this cut on her face or something. And I said, oh, wait, let me go get this stuff for you. And I went to get the peroxide and stuff, and I went to go put it on her head. And she said, stop. No, don't touch me. Right? And I said, oh, okay. So then she said, I gotta go. And she jumped up and left. And now she walking. And we had called 911, and 911 was outside when she went on outside or whatever. And she got on the gurney and they took her away. And after that, whatever she left in that house, that spirit jumped on that dude. And he really got crazy after that. But anyway, okay. So after she left, I said, we were looking at the books that were found in the house, because we found the books and then the witch came to the door. We got distracted from the books. So then we go back.
She knocked on the door or what?
No, she was screaming, screeching, making some kind of weird ass noise. And we opened the door and she was outside crawling on the ground. So then we go back to the book, right? Because we had got distracted from her doing all this weird shit. So she leaves or whatever. We go back to the book. We were looking at the fairy book first. So he was looking at the fairy book, and then I opened up the Oahspe, and the first thing I read was Jehovah created God. I said, "Oh shit!" I threw I threw it across the room. Oh no, this is not right. I can't. No. So that was that. Okay. So now we had 2018, and I had been by myself for like a year now. And I had already been weaning myself off of meat because I didn't really want to eat meat, but it didn't have nothing to do with spirituality. I just didn't like the way meat tastes or whatever. So I had been stopped eating pork and beef, and I was all the way down to lamb and salmon. That was the only two meats I was eating. And so Selah came on talking about what I forgot. He was talking about the not eating meat. And that you can't get closer to the angels because you smell, and they're not going to talk to you. And that's when I was on my spiritual journey with the crystals and everything, and I started making the jewelry and da-da-da. And so then I kept watching the videos, and then I was like, what is it? The Oahspe? What? I said, all right. Yeah. So I went and I got the download, the video, the online PDF download. And I went to my job. This is funny. I went to my job. I had no idea, right? So I went to my job and I hit print. And I thought it was going to print out in my office. It started printing out in the general manager's office. Ooh. And it was the 14. It was the 14.
No,
it was the large print Bible. I mean, it was the large print Oahspe, the PDF of the large print. So you know that it was about this much paper. She came out the office. She was like, I don't know what you're doing, but this Bible keeps coming. It just keeps
that mug was this thick.
What about this thing? I was like, oh my God. So I'm reading it. So now I'm trying to devour it because I'm like, okay. My first thing I wanted to know was, what does the Bible say about women? What does this book say about women? What does the Oahspe say about women? What is our place in this book? So I kept reading, and I was like, we gods? We're goddesses? We can actually become goddesses? Yeah. Wait a minute. So then I said, well, what's the qualification to be a goddess? You gotta die. Well, goddamn, everybody gonna die. Okay. Wait a minute. Well, what else you gotta do? You gotta do service. You gotta do this service. You gotta do this service. You gotta do this service. You gotta go through these many years or whatever to get. Well, that's just like school. Okay. So then you raise your grade and you do this and you do that and you could become a goddess. I could be like the president of the United States, but the president of the world.
Indeed.
So it was over from there. It was over from there.
Once you understand that it ain't no end. There is no end to this. Wherever you think the end is, Jehovih is a billion, trillion, quadrillion light years beyond that and beyond that. He's outside of what you think you can think.
So here's my thing. Why do these other people think that they could put Creator in a box? How do they feel like, oh, Creator would never use a white man to bring a revelation? Okay, hold up. If the book is about us, if all the revelations are about us, who better to use than a white man to bring about the revelation of what we finna inherit or what we are inheriting, what we have right now? Who better to use?
That's a great point. Oahspe says, it says, let me get this. I believe it's in the beginning of the Oahspe prologue, but basically he said, I made America untrammeled with gods and all this religious oppression under the sword, like what's going on back east and has gone on back east forever. You see what I'm saying? I made this place, you know what I mean, where the gods can't enforce their BS on people. You know what I mean? This is going to be a place of thinkers. And so in 1881, you got to think about the time. What Black people had the publication abilities to produce a book like Oahspe's? And then, even if they did get it out, would it be prejudicially suppressed? Because of who put it out and
the subject matter.
Yeah, and the subject matter. And then, it's telling what happened to white folks that fucked over grandma and them. You dig what I'm talking about? Why they kids is fucked up today and how this thing is going to turn around is by getting the niggas together.
And you think a so-called nigga would be able to come out with a revelation like that? They would have strung that nigga up and burnt that shit before it ever came out.
Before it ever came out, it would have never came out.
Wouldn't have never seen the light of day.
But they don't understand this. The Creator ain't never came to the highest of the highest of the high.
Right.
He always came to the lowest of the lowest of the low.
Right.
Who and you everybody know I'm not racist, but for real though, let's have some real talk. Who was the most fucked up person in 1881? Let's be real. Who was the most fucked up people in the world? And consistently tend to be.
It was the Caucasians at the time.
There it is. You did what I'm talking about. We ain't racist. We ain't burning bread on you, nigga. You did that shit.
Right.
We just telling truth. We on the brunt end of it. We ought to be mad. But we know Creator got this.
Exactly.
And if you know, the time is already changing. Out of nowhere, it don't make no sense. Don't make no sense that out of nowhere, niggas start understanding and knowing that we are the Aboriginal man of America. Exactly. We the Algonquins. Exactly. We the copper-colored people of America. Out of nowhere. It doesn't make sense till you pick up a Oahspe and they tell you that the majority of the Ashars in America, period, are the ancient Algonquins that was killed and slaughtered off. And you did what I'm talking about? All them Negroes that died and had died since the time of Iwata on down. That's 6,000 years. They high-raised gods now, coming down as Ashars. You think it's out of nowhere that the niggas just start understanding the data Algonquins?
I had a dream. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go.
I had a dream when I first got here. And when I first got here, it was really quiet and it was kind of hard to sleep. So the Creator made sure that I had a place to stay that was next to freeways. No matter where I was, it was always next to a freeway so I could hear some kind of noise and go to sleep. So I remember one night it was kind of hard for me to sleep or whatever. So I was just kind of like trying to meditate and whatnot. And I fell into, I guess, a trance because I was awake, but I was asleep. And I got taken up. It was nighttime. It was super dark. And I got taken up over America. And I could see the outline of America, but it was dark. Like no lights. Like if you was to look at the outline on a map and the grid went down and it was no lights, right? And then I saw one little light shining and it looked like it was in the little patch of Arkansas because you could still see the outlines of each state, but it was just dark. And it was one little light. And I said, Creator, what's that? But at the time I was still in the Hebrew thing. But I didn't know. And I said, I was saying God, but he knew I was trying to talk to him. He knew. And I said, God, what's that? And Creator said, that's you. And I was like, I'm the only light in Arkansas. And then I woke up.
Wow.
And so I don't know any other faithists that are out here. I've been looking to see. But I think I'm the only one. I don't know. But it would be really crazy if that's what they were showing me back in 2013, 2014. That's when I had that dream. But I was just saying that to say, like, what you was just saying. The lights that we all waking up now, like we all coming to this understanding of being Algonquin. Dan Calloway came out. He came out back, he came out like 2012, 2013. He been talking. And people just now starting to pick up. It's 2022. Now everybody's starting to get on Dane's bandwagon.
Well, they even Dane came late. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the Washita Moors. You dig what I'm talking about? Who had been telling us the prince, rise in peace. Rise in peace to the great Empress Verdiasi, Tierra Ghost and Ill Bay. Huh?
Nice. Yes.
Shout out to my OG. That's my OG. Huh? Gave me my name. What? You ain't no Cosmon have Appellation? Oh, yes, I do. I've been knowing I was an engine.
That's what I'm talking about.
Ben
All
knew
my
I was an
people
engine.
passed away. All my
You
people
did what I'm
passed
talking
away.
about? Hey, but real talk, shout out to Dane Calloway. We need to talk, bro. I got solutions. I know what you're doing. I'm with it. Let's go. You did what I'm talking about?
Let's go.
Say no more. We ain't got to talk. We'll talk behind the scenes. I don't even like this shit.
Mm-hmm.
They'll tell you I never had no show before this. You did what I'm talking about? I still talk the same amount of shit. You did what I'm saying? So, but back to the marriage thing, right? Because that's like it ties a sacred bond doubly. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to fail your creator. One, you don't want to fail your marriage.
Right.
Two, but by failing your marriage, you are again failing the creator. So it's like a boom, boom, triple body blow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it kind of keeps you numb to the situation. Am I getting it right? What I'm hearing? Because this has got to be utterly fucked up.
And then when you feel like it says, they teach you that you have no right to leave your husband, but your husband has every right to leave you. Your husband can find any type of uncleanness in you and write you a bill of divorcement and send you out with nothing. And
hey, I ain't gonna lie, man. If I was a dirty ass nigga, I'd be a Hebrew too. Golly, these niggas got it. They got the ups. No wonder they not leaving this shit.
And if
you got motherfuckers duped into believing this shit. Listen, y'all niggas up there living like fat rats.
Yep.
What?
And you have no recourse. You have no recourse to leave your husband. There's nothing.
Well, shit, he already can have extramarital sex, so it
exactly.
You did what I'm talking about? What is it?
It's nothing
that's off the table. Now what?
And then if you do have a grievance, you have to take it before the elders, right? And then the elders got to see if it's something wrong with what he doing. And if it is to them, then they'll pull him to the side and say something to him. But then if he do it again and you bring it back to the elders, then they escalate it. I mean, it's a bunch of bull. It's a bunch of bull. Right. After all that work. But he was looking for the next free wife because after a while, I stopped doing the work. I stopped doing all that stuff.
Yeah. Look, Echo Quim, huh? Is that what you're saying? They need to break it down. Well, Ego Quim is the expression for the creator. It is E-O-A. In the Algonquin language, it is sound that the wind makes. You see what I'm saying? Your ancient ancestors, her ancient ancestors, my ancient ancestors only praised the creator. We always knew God worked for the creator and that God was my brother and was nothing more than what I was going to be. So we never praised him. We always gave him reverence. Oh, God, my dog. You dig what I'm talking about? Hit us with some rain, God. You dig what I'm talking about? Okay. You dig what I'm talking about? But prayers always and only went to the creator.
Exactly.
Creator. You see what I'm saying? Those people in Africa who praise nothing but the Great Spirit are called Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
Those same people who praise nothing but the Great Spirit in India are called the Vrishvedi, or what we know as Vedic. The praisers of the Great Spirit in Chinese, ancient China, they are called the Tien. The worshipers of the gods of the heavens. You dig what I'm talking about? But it comes out to praiser of the Great Spirit, Tien. But what do you call these same people, the praisers of the Great Spirit here in America? Ego Quim, or now anglicized as Algonquin. So we know exactly who we talking about when we get to Algonquin, because we only looking for a copper-colored people with long black coarse hair. They gotta have beauty, symmetry, poetry, emotion. They gotta be and with those 4 things, you dig what I'm talking about? And they would have to be, fifthly, a very highly spiritual people already. We know today through the Oahspe, these are the Anguis, the Negroes, the Algonquins of America. Y'all better get hip. It's a whole cultural change coming up.
Yep.
What the Indians got, we about to get. It's gonna be a whole change. We've been the moral backbone for America forever. And don't let them talk to you nothing about no color, nothing about what your hair look like. We all was mixed from the giddy up. That's what makes a nigga. You already admixed. So you gonna have the good head. You gonna have the naughty head. You gonna have the short head. You gonna have the yakking number 12. You gonna have the epicanthic fold. You gonna have the Chinese eye. We already do that.
Right.
Don't need nobody. As a matter of fact, you can take two blue, black Native Americans and produce a white, blue-eyed baby, a pale-skinned, blonde-haired, blue-eyed nigga. You don't need nobody.
True.
Never did, never will. Jaja only. Create a gang, man.
Creator gang. All day,
every day. About. Y'all better get hip. These young boys trying to tell you. Shout out to Dane Calloway. Shout out to Big Aboriginal Power. Y'all tag these boys in these links. You know I don't even fuck with this computer shit. You know I don't know how to do that. Get on them links. Tell Big Ab to come holler at me. I got telling want to holler at him. You dig what I'm talking about? Tell him I got something for him. Tell Dan Calloway I got something for him. So he can't fail. So he can't lose. Because actually, I need you niggas to win.
Mm-hmm.
I need you to win. My baby's down there. We need you to win. Trust me, you got some riders. The faithist. We already know what it is. Look at what's happened. Listen, we the first fruit of niggas. To ever get this Oahspe, and look where we at. We the hottest thing on the internet, period. Smashing everything. I live rent-free in Hebrew minds right now. Every day. I've toppled at least 3 false gods just this weekend.
Just this weekend.
I keep my foot on the neck of that God.
Huh.
Yeah. Indeed I do. You dig what I'm saying? But the thing come to this, sis. The thing come to this. You old ass niggas. You got to get the fuck out the way. You had your shot in the 60s. You had a shot in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
You missed it.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of getting us human rights, you went for civil rights instead of getting human rights.
Right.
And then you bombarded us with every other people in the world, so we don't even get civil rights. Even listen, man, everybody a minority now.
Right.
White women over 6 feet, a minority. Everybody taking advantage of this shit, but the people that it was created and who fought and bled for the shit. They even got African niggas with white on a car, on a driver's license, say they white.
Mm-hmm.
Blue, blacker than my hair.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? Blacker than my damn hair. It say white. And I know some of them niggas, and they'll tell you, yeah, man, moms and them don't like y'all niggas. They was been told to not fuck with you niggas. Since they start coming over here in the 1960s.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, wait a minute. Listen to what I just said.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't even been here that long.
Mm-hmm.
This is how they still speak the language. This is how they last name still Mbekwe, Umbutu, Owarriye. This is how that still stands. And I'm not tripping on them. Shout out to my African brothers, man, and sisters. I love y'all. It's African faith. The Israelites was cradled in Africa. Africa saved your fucking life. So show some homage and respect. But them niggas don't show homage and respect. But what they talking about? Because guess who gonna win? Dan Calloway gonna win. Guess who gonna win? Big Aboriginal Power gonna win. Guess who gonna win? Chief Holiday gonna win. Guess who gonna win? A1 gonna win, man. Y'all tag these boys, man. Tell them that Uncle KSOMON got something I want to show them about communal living, huh? About how to beat the capitalistic society, huh? About how I gotta tell them I got a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track and not your wig pushed back when it comes to white supremacy. Huh? They always say what's next. Well, I got a booklet. Step by step. I'll be in this thing. Look at the cover just hanging on barely.
My brother, he said, so how you feel now being free from Hebrew bondage? They want to know. Yeah.
Yeah, look, yeah, that's a very fair question. Okay. Now, let's go back though. Let's go back. It's the end of 2017. You at the end of this road. You dig what I'm talking about? Tell me where you at. Tell me what you're going through. Tell me how you feel.
I had left him. This was the second to the last time I had left him. Me and my son, we had got another house. I was just moving in because he had put me out, all this crazy stuff. Okay, he comes back. I'm your husband. You supposed to, you can't be separated from me. We supposed to be together. Okay, I take him back this last time. He come in the house. He gave me $200. Told me he was going to start paying the rent, start paying the bills and being a good husband. Okay. I was working at this hotel. I was working 50 hours a week, paying the rent, all the bills, putting all the food in the house. All I wanted to do was come home and be with my husband. After all that working, can I get some time with you? If I'm in the house and I'm doing all this stuff and I'm trying to be this good wife, this Hebrew woman, when I come home from work, can I just get some time with you? Can I get that? Nope. I'm coming in the house. He leaving out the house. He come back when it's time for me to go to sleep. So that went on for at least a couple months until it just got to the point where, okay, look, you obviously don't want to be here. I just was grown up about it. You obviously don't want to be here. I really don't want you here. So we need to just go our separate ways. I ain't leaving from up out of here. This is my house now. I said, okay, well, I'll leave. So I got an apartment and I was just fed up to the point where if I'm wrong, then God, you just gonna have to, I'm just gonna have to deal with it later because I can't be in this situation no more. I gotta go. And I kept asking to be forgiven. I kept asking, please just, Father, just show me that I'm doing the right thing. Help me through this because I can't do this no more.
Right.
And so when I prayed that prayer, I went out to go find an apartment and I got one the next day with no problem. It was like no problem. There was no.
Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Hold on. We gonna have to talk after this because they got it popping out where you at. That's real talk.
I only stayed in that apartment for like 6 months too because I wanted a house because I had been in a house and been in houses. And then I went to that apartment just to get away from him. But the point, like, I'm just saying, like, when I said, God, please just show me what I need to do. Just help me, if this is what I'm supposed to do, then make the way right. You know what I'm saying? Just make it easy for me to get up out of here. And I went the very next day and got a place to stay with no problem. I was like, wow. And then I moved out. And after I moved out, I was in the middle, like, you know, coming off the Hebrew thing and moving into the spiritual thing before I got to the Oahspe. And so I had like this coming out thing on Facebook, because up until that point, I had nothing but Hebrew friends on Facebook. And I had to come out to them and let them know that I was no longer associating with that Hebrew Israelite stuff. And I knew that I was not an African. I was not an Israelite. I am from the landmass. This is what I was saying at the time. I'm from the landmass formerly known as Turtle Island. I'm a Kedu. I was here. So I don't have to go flee nowhere because I was here. This is my land. I'm not leaving. And it was an uproar. You a witch, and you know you supposed to die, and I suffer a witch to die, and I mean it was off the chain crazy. People in my inbox telling me they was gonna kill me, fam, because I had crystals, and because I said I wasn't a Hebrew, because I said that I wasn't black, that I was Indian. They was gonna kill me.
Wow,
They gonna kill me. Damn.
But yeah, that's what they God last resort is. Kill your ass.
Yeah,
you
true.
dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm saying? So they just like they God. You dig what I'm talking about? But let's look at marriage more through the eyes of Oahspe real quick, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna go to the Book of Divinity. Let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. The Book of Divinity. I got the online pad that I'm using right now. My something ain't right. You dig what I'm talking about? So Book of Divinity, this is chapter 8. Let's go to Book of Divinity, chapter 8 real quick. And see more how, at least in the faithist lifestyle, or how it's supposed to be under the ways of the Creator, man, because you dig what I'm saying? It's sickening. You know what I mean? I would be sick of myself in that lifestyle.
But
you know
I
what I mean?
I gotta keep reiterating too that the other aspect of what I went through was narcissistic abuse as well. So it wasn't. Yes, the Hebrew Israelites are pretty. They are pretty cutthroat with their women. But
did he ever put his hands on you?
No, it wasn't. No, not in the time that we were here. When we was in California, he hit me one time and called the police on himself, and called the police, trying to tell the police it was me doing whatever to him. And then when he went around to the police station, they took his butt to jail. So he ended up in jail for 5 days, and he never put his hands on me again after that. But that was before the Hebrew Israelite thing. That's what I'm saying. This dude was a narc. So that part of it was the narc thing.
Wow. That's crazy. Let me see if I can blow this up a little more. See if I can blow it up just a little bit more. Okay. Let's get up here to, this is, let's go to 8. Damn, it jumped all the way down there. You want to go to Book of Divinity, chapter 8. This thing moving slow. Okay. Let's get into it. Book of Divinity, chapter 8. I'm in the Book of Divinity. And this shit is just going slow as hell. I apologize, y'all.
That's all right. The Juju's been messing with us all week. We already know what it is.
Yeah, it's all good, though. They ain't stopping nothing. They ain't stopping nothing. Check it out though. But let's throw a vibe on this thing real quick while we get into it real quick. You dig what I'm talking about? This is KSOMON meets the GOAT. Number 35.
Y'all check out my website too.
Drop the link. Drop the link in the chat for him. You dig what I'm talking about? Drop the link in.
Is it gonna go? You know, sometimes when you put a link, it don't work.
It should go.
Well, if it don't, y'all see it. Just put it in your browser. Every time we do something, Cal, or when we, you know, when Cal do something or Sailor do something, and he has a PDF, or any of them have a PDF, I always put the link to it on my website. So all the PDFs that they be reading from, they on my website.
Facts. Go out there, check them out, man. Now, we are in the book of Divinity, 8 and 15. And let's, you know, they always say context. You know what I mean? It helps to describe what's going on. So imagine this. We are in the atmospheric heavens. There is one angelic being who is ruler over a divine council, right?
Mm-hmm.
That divine council is called the Divine Council. And there is true God in the middle of them, a one-time living, breathing man.
Mm-hmm.
They propound ideas and things to best lift man up, and then God, or in his status as the leader, chief of this council, Div, he makes the final ratification. So they talking about the divine laws, divine heavenly and earthly laws. So let's get into it real quick. This is Book of Divinity, chapter 8, 15. And Div decreed, they shall be married by a rabbah with kin and friends present. The rabbah shall say, Oahspe hath united you forever. Hold on, let me get down here. Let me get down here a little bit. Excuse me.
Wow.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Oahspe
has united you forever. Live in peace and love on the earth, and you shall dwell together in a heavenly place of delight. Oh, can't do that. Okay. A place of delight after death.
Mm-hmm.
What Oahspe has joined, no man can separate forever. And while the mortal ceremony, sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
And while the mortal ceremony is being performed, the Ashars, the guardian angels, and the kindred spirits shall have rites and ceremonies in the same house. And this shall be called the beginning of a new heavenly kingdom, a family on earth shall be called a new heavenly kingdom. This was the third supplemental divine law. Wow. You dig what I'm saying? That's deep.
Yep.
Also, let's go back a little bit.
So another part to my story that goes along with what you just said, the two times that I so-called tried to get married, the person, the officiant, never turned in the paperwork so that it could be legal on the books. So even though I had a ceremony, they never turned in the work, and I wasn't really legally married both times.
Well, you know, in hindsight, it looked kind of like, you know what I mean? Somebody was looking out for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what you mean?
You really want to be tied to, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So you kind of got away with that one. Thank you, Creator.
Nice. Thank you,
You
Creator.
know what I mean?
Both times.
You wasn't tied to that bullshit.
Both times.
Now, also to get back into it.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Look, we here in the book of Divinity, chapter 2 and 12. And look what this is. This is the very second divine law. Look at this. And that was the first divine law. Let's go to 13. The div decreed to establish wedding rites and ceremonies with words and processions in order to firmly bind monogamic marriages, monogamic marriages, meaning one man, one woman. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, it's up for everybody to make their mind up on their own. You dig what I'm talking about? But just understand now that this is what Creator ordained. So when it comes to this is why most women don't even sit right with another woman being in their house or my man sharing a man. Because for real, in the real world, Creator don't allow that shit, and it don't feel right.
Oh, let's bring this up. Let's bring this out right quick. Let's bring this out. Creator said, let's bring this out on the marriage though right quick. And think about this. This is what I was thinking about today. Creator said it's supposed to be one woman and one man, and them two people supposed to stay married forever, right? Right? So the woman is only supposed to have all her kids by that one man. So knowing that women can only get pregnant like basically once a year, how slow would the population grow if we were really going by what Creator said? We're actually populating faster than we would normally be populating if everybody was following Creator's law. We wouldn't be populating the earth as fast as we are. But
they said there's over a billion in a 33 in a generation. There's about 1 billion fetal deaths every 33 years.
Right.
So I could imagine the rest of the deaths.
Right.
You know what I mean? How many people actually die in a generation? That's a lot of fucking people.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
it's a stress and a strain on the Ashars when we don't do what Creator says to do. The extra people are going to be provided for, but just imagine how slow things would be, or how much.
And people got to remember, our Earth, our planet is prolific. It booms everything. You want a man? Here it go. You want a giraffe? Here it go. You want a lion? Here it go. It booms everything. Just imagine. They say it's roughly 8 billion people on the planet, correct?
Right.
Well, a little over 25,000 years ago, or 22,553 BC, just on the continent of Pan, 24.4 billion people were sunk. 24.4 billion people died. Listen, this place is woof. You ain't seen nothing. This is actually proof that the numbers is so low that man just recently, maybe only a few hundred years ago, came out of a cataclysm.
Right.
That's just show. If we've had them numbers producing like that all that time, well then what happened now? You see what I'm saying? It's only 8 million people on the earth. You see what I'm saying? So we can tell by that also that there was a great cataclysm. They don't understand Eskra. They don't understand how deserts are made. They don't understand how fossils are made. They don't understand how to bury a pyramid.
Ooh, this just came to me. Ooh, so since the planet, the planet has a life cycle like we do, right? And Creator said that the physical kingdom on earth is going to be created on this landmass, right? So then the physical manifestation of Creator's kingdom is going to be adhering to the one man, the one woman cycle. So from here on, from KSOMON out, the production is going to keep up with the degree, what am I trying to say? With the degrade of the planet. You know what I'm saying? Like we're in the middle, like you just said, we got deserts all the planet is dying. So from this point on, the population will keep up with the rate of decline of the planet. Does that make sense?
Yes, actually that's exactly what happens, and this is how extinctions happen in different species. Man is tied closely, very closely, with his overall body temperature.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? Is tied closely with the earth, the modern earth temperature. The average earth temperature is roughly what man's temperature is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And people got to take account at later or earlier stages in our history, there was more oxygen in the planet, there was more heat given off, so it allowed for large and many more various animals to exist. But as the continual cooling of our planet, and this right here makes global warming a whole falsity. Shout out to my OG, Poosh. You dig what I'm talking about? Who y'all know is why is her name slipping my mind? That's so crazy. Dr. Susan Martinez.
Right.
Dr. Susan Martinez, that's my homie Poosh. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to her. Global warming is a hoax, folks. She about to come down here and lay down some crazy stuff with. Listen, she's so cold with it. She's so cold. I can't wait till I want to start promoting her show. You dig what I'm saying? And it's gonna be dope, man. Y'all check in with the KSOMON. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna have Susan B. Martinez. You dig what I'm talking about? Faith is du jour on this thing. And let me cut through the bullshit for you. She a real one. That's right. When I say, listen to what I'm saying, this your homeboy, this your homie talking.
Right.
She a sister. She's a sister. Listen to what I'm telling you. In every word of the way. You dig what I'm talking about? And then on top of that, this Jehovih daughter. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
So, you dig what I'm talking about? Global warming is a hoax from the time our planet was pressed together by the Vortexian energy towards the center of its Vortexian spin, taking upon corporality and heat, and was made a molten ball. Let's get that in the Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. Let me see. Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. Okay, look. I done ran through this thing so much, it's just barely hanging on. You dig what I'm talking about? Listen, that thing just barely hanging on. Look like crayons done exploded in my damn book. You dig what I'm talking about? There's so many highlights and colors and
that's what's up.
That's it's a okay. I'm looking for It says in Oahspe, Book of Cosmogony, it says that the earth comes forth as a molten fireball. I'm looking, let me look here. That shit is rocking though. I ain't gonna lie, man. Shout out to my boy Bugsy on the beats, man. Let's get a vibe real quick.
You know what? While you finding that, Cal, something else I wanted to bring out too. Oh, I just lost my thought.
Let me get a little volume on it for you real quick. We're gonna let it play on the background. We're gonna let it play.
You know how we were talking about what else was the last man? I just lost my thought. The Judges was trying to get me not to say it.
No. How the
you
earth moves heat.
You know how we was talking about, dang, this me and you was talking about this the other day. Dang it. Because I was saying that other women seeing their way out. The reason I'm telling my story is so that other women can see their way out of it. But it's like, and just wanted to talk about the oh dang, it took my thought. Oh, okay, it's gonna come back.
Well, I think I know where you're going with it, you know what I mean? And basically that's why we having this conversation, because hopefully, you know what I mean, through your experiences, you can give another sister the intestinal fortitude and the belief that and the knowing that you don't have to take this. You don't gotta go through this shit. This shit ain't what man do. This not what real men do. This not what your God want for you.
It's not what Creator calls us for.
Crying, out walking the street 2:00 in the morning, 2 miles trying to go get some damn milk for the babies. This is not what he want for you. This can't be good. It don't sit right with you. Big sis telling you, Jaja calling. Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Oh, I think this is what
people you think won't will.
This is what I was coming to. I think when I was going through all those different religions, the constant that I look back on it, I was truly seeking the all highest. I didn't want just the Savior. Like, and even in my mind, like in the back of my mind, I never really said it to nobody. I didn't want to go to heaven and stand and throw my crown down 24/7 and scream holy, holy, holy all day. I didn't want to do that. And I didn't understand why other people thought that was something fun to do. I was like, that sounds crazy. I don't want to do that. But I would never say it to nobody, you know, and just all the things and I think I shared a little bit of this with everybody before. And the highest that I could come to at the time was my relationship with Creator, who I was calling God at the time, when I was in this flag ministry. And the flag ministry was based on the crystals of Aaron's breastplate. And we were supposed to like investigate the crystals and identify with one of them, and whichever one we identify with, that was going to be the color of our flag. And every time we swung our flag, we changed the atmosphere with the vibration of the color of the flag and the meaning of the crystal. So my crystal was green, was emerald. And emeralds are actually nowadays, when people were trying to, back in the day when people were having emeralds, they were really barrel stones. And a barrel stone is a brown stone with cracks in it. But people would dye them with green so that you wouldn't be able to see the flaws in the barrel stone. It would look like a flawless stone because they would dye it with green. And so up until that point, that was me. I was a flawed stone, but I felt like Creator picked me up and you know, covered up all my cracks and made me look beautiful to the world. That's how I was looking at it at the time. And also I was being used to heal people, like physically put my hands on people, and people were coming back to life. A man was dead and I put my hands on him and he came back to life. A man was having a heart attack. I put my hand on him. He stopped having a heart attack. Little kids with demons on them and stuff, I would lay my hands on them and the demons would go away. I would go in people's houses and I could see spirits, and I would cast the spirits out with no fear, nothing. I went to one of my homeboys' houses. They was getting ready to go to a club, told me to come to the club. I had on a hoodie and some sweatpants and some tennis shoes. We went in the door through the VIP section, took me back there. I'm back there chilling. I had to go to the bathroom. It was a girl possessed in the bathroom. They said, she drunk. I said, that girl ain't drunk. She got a spirit in her. Cast out the demon in the bathroom at the club. I mean, come on. It was time after time after time, thing after thing. And that was the closest I had felt up until this point now. Now where I'm at now, I know I've reached the all highest. And in saying that, I know that there will never be an ending to the understanding of my Creator. Like there was always a cap, you know, in these different religions, it was always a ceiling or a cap or an end or a thing that you would attain, and then that would be it. But now that I understand, I was always searching for my Creator. Right. And now I found my Creator. And when I first found him, to be honest with y'all, I didn't know how to pray to him. I didn't know how to talk to him. I didn't know who he was because I was so busy saying God all that time. I'm like, well, I don't even know the Creator. Who is my Creator? And I had to take a long time to really get to know my Creator and to be able to comfortably say, I know my Creator and I know who God is, and I know who the Lord gods are, and I know who the Lords are, and I know who the Ashars are, and I know who my ancestors are. And it's not an overnight thing. It ain't like, oh, you wake up and you are faithless. No, you have to always have been searching for your Creator. Yeah. And it comes to a point where you get ripe enough to receive it. Because like I was telling y'all, the Oahspe had been chasing me for years, and I was running because I didn't understand. But I thought I was running away from them, but I was running to them. So that goes back to what you were saying about all of the stuff that I've been through, from a baby girl, you know, my parents, everybody, the people that know me on Facebook, they know my testimony as far as that. But everything that I've been through brought me to this point now where I know my Creator and all the good that I've done.
Glory, praise His holy name.
Everything
praise the Most High
for this moment right here. Everything was for this moment, because it's saying the Oahspe. I'm paraphrasing, but how can you know a thing if you don't know both sides of the thing? How can you minister to somebody if you don't know both sides of the thing? So how can I tell somebody that's in sorrow comforting words if I never felt sorrow?
Exactly.
How can I rejoice with somebody that's in, a joyous state if I never experienced joy? So
Right. Exactly. That's exactly right. You know what I mean? It's all about the experience. And this is why knowledge is power. Because knowledge takes away the fear.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's the experience that you actually gain the knowledge from. You know what I mean? It's a like they say, the world is a cycle. You know what I mean? And it's moving round and round, and what come around go around, and what go around come around, and what come around go around. You know what I mean? It's an almighty mechanism in this thing, man. And when you can peep it, you get what I'm talking about. When you can see that how it works, man, you way ahead of the game. You know what I mean? You way ahead of the game. And because what you really looking at is you looking at your creator. You dig what I'm talking about? You was learning to recognize creator in his creation.
Yep.
You dig what I'm talking about? That's what's really going on. And man, it's a glorious thing, man.
Where my sisters at? Huh?
The link is at the top of the chat. Anybody want to come in, by the way. So what would you say personally to sisters that's still in this? You know what I mean? You know how it go. We got family still in this thing. You know what I mean? And it's not like you can just say, well, fuck them. You know what I mean?
No.
You just can't.
I had wrote this. Like that. I wrote this thing on Facebook. Let them eat cake, and I had to like research the French term for it, which is basically let them eat brioche. Mm-hmm. And brioche is a decadent French bread. It's very rich, and the ingredients are, very rich. So basically, I was saying like it gets to a point when, especially when you know what Creator says about being ripe and unripe. When we come to where we are now, where we know what we know that so basically it's like we're gods and goddesses in our Creator's kingdom of mansions. And so like you got a mansion, I got a mansion, you know what I'm saying? We all rolling Teslas, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's nothing. Like that's how that's like nothing to us. You know what I mean? So somebody's peanut butter and jelly sandwich is brioche to us. That's what we eat, basically, like all the time. So when somebody comes and they say, oh, I'm hungry, I don't have any food. Well, here, eat this brioche because this is all we have. This is what we eat. I don't want that. That's how I feel about the Oahspe. Like, all we have is this good food for you to eat, and it's decadent and it's rich, and this is how we grew up. This is nothing to us. It ain't no big deal. Here, have some. We don't want that. Well, I mean, that's all I got to give you. So if you don't want that, I don't know what else to do for you.
Man.
But that's what I was just saying that on that level. But as far as my sisters, all I can say is,
well, yeah, what would you tell them?
When you get to the point that you feel like you got to choose this man or your God, or you get to a point where it's either you or this man, where this man makes you feel like he is in between you and your God. You can't get any further to your God than this man, or this man is your covering, or if you don't have a husband, you don't have no hope of getting into the kingdom. When you get to that point, I will hope that you will find the strength to know that your creator, your mother, let me put it to you like this. Your mother didn't lay down for however many hours of labor and split her ass open to bring you into this world for you to be treated like trash by this man. Your mama didn't lay down and have you and birth you and bring you into this world for you to be despitefully used and thrown around like trash to please a once mortal man that is walking around parading to be the God of heaven and earth. A God that would permit a man to treat you that way was a once mortal man that treated his mama and his wife that way.
Exactly.
And he took all of that with him into the spirit realm and is inspiring the man that you're with to treat you the same way.
That's the thing too. He's being inspired by a man who had already died, who had the same characteristics. Creator say like unto like.
Exactly. When you get that in your understanding, when you get to that point where you just are tired of somebody being in the middle of you and your God, you have to muster up the strength to leave them. Leave them. You don't have to, some people can't get out the house. Some women can't pack up and go. Some women can't. But you can leave him in the house. You could be in the house with him and leave him. You can do it. Because one thing I know for sure, when you go to creator side, you got way more protection than you ever thought you ever had before. When you go with
got
your
a lot of family over here, right? And this is a new thing. You know what I mean? We but it's not it's new to the black man. You dig what I'm talking about? They held this away from us. And think about this. I thought about this the other day, right? We've had some of the greatest minds to ever walk this planet. I'm talking about the Shank Ante-Diops and the Dr. Benz and you know what I mean? The Delbert Blairs of the world.
Delbert Blair. Oh my God.
Phil Valentines of the world. We've had these dudes. I mean, J.A. Rogers. We've had these minds, these massive mental thinking, these great teachers with great thinking minds. I mean, and they was like bloodhounds on the search. When it was time to go find something, they went and found it the best way they could. My thing is, Oahspe was written before all them niggas. Why didn't they find it? There's no way this thing been out since 1881 and Dr. Ben didn't run across it.
Delbert Blair never had it.
Now, I did hear Delbert Blair, I think it was Sela told me that. I didn't see this, but how Delbert Blair talked, I could tell he read Oahspe.
Had to.
But he said one time he had got into a conversation about gods, and he said that Sethantes was the first god of this earth. So the only way you would know that you did what I'm talking about is if you read Oahspe.
Yep.
So you did what I'm saying. Let me show a little something real quick. Going back into that global warming hoax. Now they always ask why. What's the purpose of this shit? Remember that old I think it was Robin Harris or it was Bernie Mac. And they were saying, man, they charging us for electricity. They charging us for water. One day they're going to charge us for air.
Yep.
This is what's coming to fruition. That's what global warming is about. What they're trying to do. Think about the insaneness of what they're telling people. And niggas actually believe this shit. They're saying they're going to snatch CO2.
Oh, my God.
Carbon dioxide out of the air. And then solidify it, cool it and solidify it, and then dump it in the oceans or bury it. That means, first of all, there's massive deposits of CO2 in your ocean. But let me ask you this question. Do you know what compressed CO2 is? Now, remember, they tell you it's heating up. The world is heating up. It's global warming. Oh, we're going to melt the ice caps and everybody's going to flood. All right. But do you know what compressed CO2 is called?
Isn't that nitrogen?
Nope.
I mean, it's cold.
Dry ice.
That's what I was finna say. It's cold.
Yeah, it's dry ice. It's cold.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm talking about? So how, if an overabundance of carbon dioxide, which would only green the planet, which would only pump more oxygen into the planet actually, because plants breathe the opposite of what we breathe. You dig what I'm talking about? As a matter of fact, there ain't enough people on this planet that if every man, child, and adult, every man, woman, and child got in a car and burned, just ran the engine for a month, you couldn't produce enough carbon dioxide. For a year, you couldn't produce enough carbon dioxide to where the planet couldn't handle it.
Exactly.
This thing is perfect. It's been working with or without us a long time. You dig what I'm talking about? So that's crazy that, first of all, Dr. Delbert Blair didn't come up, but this was the trick. It's called cap and trade. Look this up, y'all. It's called cap and trade. This is what bottomed out the UK, and this is why they had to get out the EU, because they're allowed to tax everything with regulations and regulations on air and regulations on this and blah blah blah, and now nobody got no bread.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? But let me read this real quick. This is the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, right? Chapter 1, verse 21. When vortexia is manifested in flames of fire, the electric spark, right? It is called electricity. But when it lies dormant as an iron, it is called magnetism. If two corporeal substances are rubbed together quickly, friction and heat result. This is a manifestation of vortexia. It is actually a loosening or a loss of vortexia or substance, or what we call, or what we do every day is age.
Exactly.
Oxidize. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, in the beginning of the Earth's vortex, the current concentrated into its center certain substances described later, but we could talk about an iron. You dig what I'm talking about? Nitrogen, hydrogen, phosphorus, carbon, everything that makes up a planet, everything, right? Because there's oxygen out there, and that's just the O, and there's hydrogen out there too, right? What makes two parts of hydrogen mix with one part of oxygen? What allows the melding? What presses that together to make water?
Condensation.
But what makes it mix? They don't mix naturally. Hydrogen stay where hydrogen stay, and oxygen stay where oxygen stay. What makes them mix is ether, or the vortexian spin.
Okay.
Right? It is in the beginning of the Earth's vortex that the current concentrated into its center. Certain substances described later, right? Where by friction, the vortexia manifested in heat, so that the congregation of materials of the Earth's substance were together. They were as a molten mass of fire. So this has been proven through science that at one point in the creation of our planet, it was literally a molten fireball spinning in the heavens.
Looking like a
what I'm
sun.
talking about?
Looking like a sun, right?
Right. Glowing.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? Liquid. You dig what I'm talking about? Looking like a little dim little sun.
Right.
But nonetheless on fire.
Right.
Dig what I'm talking about? Our sun ain't on fire. Our sun don't give heat.
Right.
It don't give warmth. It steals heat and steals warmth. It steals energy and power, and it gives off latent magnetism. The magnetism which touches our so-called atmosphere, the vortex, right, turns the negative ions positive and is the manifestation of what we call light. All the warmth that is already in the planet is already contained in it.
Wow.
See, you can't, if I burn a stick this big, right?
Yeah.
If I burn a little bitty stick, I can only get so much light out that stick, no matter how much I try to. It's only so much light. But if I burn a big log, I'm going to get more fire, more. You see what I'm saying? Because the potential to burn is already in it because it's larger. So everything has to have a source, right? And the source of the heat, of the energy that is released from the planet is our vortex.
It's spinning.
It's spinning. And not only is it spinning this way, right? Not only is it spinning this way, it's going this way.
I learned that I did learn that. One of my teachers taught me that in grade school. Yep. That is
it's spinning,
going this way
and it's in orbit around its sun.
Right.
So that's 3 different movements. But let me hip you to a 4th movement called oscillation. This is when the planet spins, right? It's on its route. It's going that way. It's in its orbit around the sun, and it's on its axis spinning. But every now and then the planet rolls. That is called oscillate. And during those times we have what are massive cataclysms because the earth literally tilts and the equator changes. Y'all better wake up because we just about due for one.
Wow.
We just about due. Or did we have one?
Yeah, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Remember back in 2017 when the eclipse went from one side of the country to the other?
Yeah, I remember.
What you think
know about that?
What you think it was?
That's when we went into the age of Aquarius.
You know what I think it was? I thought it was Ethereal angels going from one side, like going around to see the condition of the United States.
No, that could have also been. Now, knowing what I know right now, them niggas riding ships. Think about it.
It was big, man. How you get a shadow that big?
Listen, and that's nothing. That's the crazy part. There's some shit out there so massive you can't think it.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? But listen, let me dig this, right? Let me ask you just a question. I'm just ask you a question. Cosmon meets the goat. Okay. Think about this. In a solar eclipse, right? They tell us that on the light side of the planet, right? The moon is coming in between. The moon is coming in between the face of the sun and the face of the earth, right? And that's causing the shadow, right?
Right.
Well, my question is, what's in the sky hanging on the dark side of the planet? It's a moon there, ain't it?
Yeah.
Well, then what the fuck is this over here blocking the sun on the light side of the planet?
That's what I
Think about it. Think about it. Every lunar eclipse is not on a new moon.
Right.
And even on the new moon, it's still in the sky. So what the fuck is that over there blocking the sun?
Exactly. Exactly.
Ethereum ships.
I really feel like that's what that was that went across the state. I mean, went across the country.
Well, look, we already broke it down with the Orakna Umbungala. We went into the age of the Aquarius. 2017, August 20, what was it, 21st, 27th? August 27th. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep.
That's
and if you remember,
Aquarius
and if you remember, they was telling us not to go outside.
3.3, basically 3.63 years, right after the start of the sixth era of the KSOMON, sixth generation of the KSOMON era. We already knew what was coming. It's a line of light. And then we look up there, my homeboy break down that the sun, not the planet, the sun went into Aquarius. What nothing but a little calculation. Come to find out, it's a goddamn eclipse going on that time. But we like, how? What's on the dark side of the planet? We Googling, trying to get live shots from China and Japan, and moon is definitely there. What was floating over America?
I believe, now that I know all of that, I believe they was coming to take stock of what was happening here, to take notes so that they could do their inspiration.
No,
That's what
he
I'm
say next y'all you say another one coming in 2024. I don't think so. I don't think one to come in 2024. Had you said 2025, oh yeah, possibility. Had you said 2036, I said, but if you say 2047, I'm gonna say, God damn it, you're damn right. And I know who coming down. It's the Ions. It's the Ions coming back. We're gonna watch a literal physical man. A physical man go etheric. These niggas is gonna lose their goddamn mind. Most people gonna kill themselves just out of shock.
How old am I gonna be? Let me see.
I'll be 70 exactly. 2048. But we actually going kind of like 2049, 2047. I mean.
Hopefully I got me some land by then and I could really see it. I'm not calculating.
I don't think we're gonna have that problem. I honestly don't think we're gonna have that problem at all.
No.
Seeing it won't be the problem. These
right.
niggas killing their goddamn self from, heart attack shock. Man, and listen, if you listen, let me tell you something. If a ship do come back,
I'm gonna be 76.
If a ship do come back, right? And it's a nigga on there, and he telling you, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I want the Israelites to get on the ship.
They gonna go.
Listen, you niggas bet not get on that goddamn ship.
They gonna get on it.
Listen, not even, they not even aliens.
They gonna get on it.
Listen, this nigga, okay, this all right, get your ass up on that motherfucker. Now, when they hit you with some celery, some onions, a little basil, a little of that paprika, some cayenne, You dig what I'm talking about? And they making niggas stew out your dumb ass. Don't say a goddamn word. Cause ain't nobody coming back to say you nigga.
At all. Hey, you remember that? You remember that? Oh man, come on. What's his name? Woo, back in the day. Oh my God, what's the man name? He Funkadelic.
George Clinton.
Yes, Cosmic Slop. You remember that show? You remember that movie Cosmic Slop?
Yeah.
When
they
the
came and got all the Israelites. They ate them niggas.
They came and got all the niggas, basically.
They ate them niggas.
They never said what happened to them, but the white folks made a deal with the people for all the melanated people to get on, and they had to be darker than the paper bag for them to go.
Yeah, I think that. That's cold.
They had to be darker than a paper bag. And his wife, she tried to put dark makeup on, and he wiped it.
She was trying to get the fuck out. She was like, I don't care. I'm just going where the niggas going.
She wanted to go with the niggas. She wanted to go with her husband. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That was crazy. But anyway,
But they ate them niggas.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry. Even the spirit don't come back and take man physically. How can a spirit take you physically?
Mm-hmm.
Only a physical being could take you physically. Even spiritual beings take you spiritually.
Mm-hmm.
Your body still be here. You be somewhere in the galaxy, in the cosmos, all the way in the heavens, some damn where. You dig what I'm talking about? So if a physical being came down, that is, and first of all, if he breathed in Earth atmosphere, that means he from Earth.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? This shit ain't rocket science. Try to take your ass up to Mars and take a deep breath. See how that work out for you. You dig what I'm talking about? So just like you an alien to Mars, something would have to be indigenous to America or quote unquote extraterrestrial for it to survive on Earth. It must be from here or have some type of breathing apparatus, just like we do on any other planet.
When you said that before, that made so much sense. Like, how can they be breathing if they not from here?
Have you ever seen an alien with a breathing apparatus?
No. But then again, I guess that's what they be showing is when they come down and then they take that helmet off. But if they take the helmet off and they breathe in,
and then, okay, first of all, people got to understand what they seeing in the skies today. What they seeing in the skies is primarily three things. Primarily, you're seeing three things. You are seeing angelic etheric ships. These is the angels. And some of these angels, it's false or demonic angels, dark angels. And them angels tell you they from planets like Risk and Beetlejuice, and you dig what I'm talking about? Sirius B, and
okay,
they tell you they from these fantastical places, and we're the Nordics, and we're the alien this, and the hootenanny that. You dig what I'm talking about? From this and this and this is planet, and these are dark demonic spirits. You're not aliens,
right?
This is your alien. It's an angel playing on your ass. How is it that every single person who get abducted has the exact same thing go on to them? Right. And the only way that I've seen that it's ever been different is that they had a already trained in my mind that this is going to be a good thing type. And then something good happened. You see what I'm saying? So they the dark angelic beings is talking about anybody who talking about alien. even the Ions, who it is my theory, live in the atmosphere of the vortex in between the moon and the surface of it. And these are the ones. Okay, so let me get back to it. There are three things you're seeing. You're seeing atmospheric or etheric, angels. Mm-hmm. Real etheric ships, real angels. You dig what I'm talking about? In the sky. And then you got extraterrestrials. These are things from here that are able to advance off the face of the planet. Mm-hmm. You dig what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Ions, Ahuan, well, you know what I mean? Ahuan stock, Ions. You dig what I'm saying? They've been able to graduate, being leaning on half etheric anyway from the top. So now, you know, the pressures of our planet has caused them to move out further and further. Because remember, in the book of Escra, they say the Ion, it's many of the old school faithists that'll tell you, you know what I mean, that the Ions is extinct. But Oahspe don't say that.
Right.
Oahspe say the Ions will no longer live on the face of the earth.
It say that. It does say that.
So that don't mean they can't live under the earth, and that don't mean they can't live above the earth. Mm-hmm. I believe the idea of what we get today as a gray alien is an Ion. The little guy.
I had asked you about that too.
The little guy. Mm-hmm. Now, also there's an idea that the little guy is really a robot. Possibly. Possibly. But those are your extraterrestrials. The shit the really small ones that look like balls. All the really solid ones. That shape like pills. The ones that are really odd shaped. Those are the extraterrestrials, the real physical things that can go in and out of the light spectrum so you can't see them. And then thirdly, what's in the sky is man-made UFOs. Our governments make UFOs. Get over it. Mm-hmm. With cloak technology. And actually, they've been doing this shit since the 70s. They just told your ass we didn't go to the moon.
Right.
We ain't been back.
Shut up. They finally admitted that we ain't never been to the moon.
No, they said they went in 1972, but they said they lost all the technology of how to do that. Where you lose it at? I lost it. We just don't know how to get back. Nigga.
I don't think they ever went, Cal.
I believe two things. I believe they did go. Mm-hmm. Right? But they had to come back and tell a lie because something up there happened. They seen something they didn't think that they was gonna see, and there's some shit up that motherfucker. There's some shit up there. Oh, some shit up there. They seen some niggas, and some niggas said, "Kill your bitch ass back to earth." Niggas ran the fuck up off of there. They left
their little flag and got on.
We gone. We'll holler at you niggas when we can fuck with y'all. You dig what I'm talking about? Oh, we gotta breed us an autistic nigga like Elon Musk to take us to Mars before we fuck with you niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? You heard about that they found the black woman with the dreads on the moon. Now I don't know how true that is. But I heard it.
We heard that. We saw it. We saw something that looked like a black lady with dreads.
You know what I mean? But we got any of the ones that wobble, they're conveniently army and military grade, conveniently.
Right.
And the newer ones today are straight like triangles. You've been seeing them everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
The triangle ones with the lights in the back and the lights on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
3 big pod lights on the bottom and the lights in the back. Those are man-made.
Mm-hmm.
The ones that wobble, the ones that I believe when they come down and then they refill in the water, I believe those are extraterrestrial. Now they are actually gray too. You know what I mean? And will remind you of a shit. I don't even know how to explain it. You know what I mean? But they look sweet. You do. They look like some Star Wars type, and they suck up hydrogen, water.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? They whole shit run on water. Everything need water. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong without water. So, especially on this planet. So, them the 3 things up there, y'all. Etherians, extraterrestrials, and man. Don't sleep on yourself. There's some stuff they're not even telling you.
Wow.
Yeah. You dig what I'm saying? Hey, this was a dope bill, man.
It was.
This was dope. Man, young sisters, man. Young sisters. Don't even get in it. And for the sisters that's already in it, may Creator give you some fortitude and some strength and a little bit of guts, a little bit of daring. And you get yourself up out that situation the best way you can. You go where you got to go. Just put your life in His hands. Put your life in Creator's hands. You can't lose. I ain't never say it was going to be easy. I didn't never say it was going to be easy, but you can't lose.
One thing I tell you though, KSOMON, for real, man. Ever since I put my life in Creator's hands, ain't nothing happened to me. And I'm not saying that's everybody's experience or whatever, but I liken it to this. My first 50 years of life was hell. And my next 50 years about to be sweet. So all I know is even in the pandemic, even when I lost my job, even when I had to move suddenly in 30 days, even when my children was falling apart, all kind of stuff was going on, but I was still okay and they were still okay and everything always worked out in my favor. Never, I had to take out a loan. This man told, I was staying in this apartment, my house, whatever, for 3 years straight, paid the rent through the pandemic and everything, was never late, never gave this man no problem. All of a sudden, he wanted me to leave within 30 days. Knowing I didn't have no family out here, nowhere to go, nothing. Found another place that I'm in right now. Ended up, a loan came out of nowhere for $4,000. That was enough for me to buy a car and to pay to move into a new spot.
They got a question for you out there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They got a question for you. What's in the water of the Bermuda Triangle?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
I think there's a landmass down there, an old city, pyramids. You dig what I'm talking about? Vortexian energy. This is why shit just keep disappearing up under there. It's making hurricanes and you know what I mean? Because the temple still works. The pyramid work. You dig what I'm talking about? So it's vortex in that water. You dig what I'm talking about? Up under there, causing electromagnetic problems. And most of them places, things don't disappear. They crash. You know what I mean? They crash. They lose control of their instrumentation and get disoriented, you know what I mean? And they usually crash and die. But that Bermuda Triangle at certain times, you know what I mean? With the certain influxes of the Vortexian energy, it turn on. or play the tune right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And cut that mug on like it was above when it was on the earth. People got to understand that the pyramids are ballasting posts. They balance the influxes of what they call org or vortexian energy into the planet and back out. Because vortex hits the planet and is shot up in the air. You see what I'm saying? This is what the pyramids did. This is the energy that they actually use to heal. This is the energy that they use for light.
Right.
It actually powered crystal energy too, because in this is why under a pyramid, right, there's always a offset room underground, and in those places are big ass sarcophaguses, or what they think are sarcophaguses. They're batteries.
Oh, damn.
And water used to flow over it. Think of a big ass lingam. Water flowed over it. And the vortexian energy was pumped up through there and directed into the Queen's Chamber. That's the first one up. You dig what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
The hit down, and then it's the second one into the King's Chamber, and then up the third ray through the top. And the different rays did different things. One would heal. One would allow you to ascend. You dig what I'm talking about? And one was like a ground. You see what I'm saying? But it is a three-way bounce in the pyramids, and that's why the King's Chamber and Queen's Chamber are set up, and this is why they never needed light, because it was supposed to be dark in that bitch. They was, man, Ball and them was coming down and taking niggas' bodies for a month. Ball.
Damn.
Osiris.
Damn.
Egupt. Astaroth. They was coming down in literal physical bodies, taking over the spirit, putting their spirit into the body of this nigga who was in a trance, who now in the higher heavens. No different than they did John. You see what I'm saying? But listen, it's a lot of shit in that water. It's a lot of stuff under that water off our coast, too. Oh, man. It's a lot of stuff down there. Yeah. As will say, they went past the Most High.
They went past his throne when they was up going to the moon.
He said, when they went to the moon, then they passed the Lord on the throne in heaven.
He was like, hi, guys.
The funny part about that is, yes. Because actually, the lower heavens, or Hara, Haiti, or hell, are just above the clouds. 50, 60,000 feet. You know, clouds are about 30, 29, 28 on down. Mountains is up a little higher, 30, and then commercial flights about 35 to about 60,000 or so feet. That's hell. That's Hara. That's the breathable atmospheric part of our planet. Hara, Hades, hell. So when they tell you shit like we in hell already, it's real. Breathe it in. Nothing to be scared of. Take the spooky out of it. See y'all? You know what I mean? Take the spooky out that shit.
Take the spooky out.
Hell yeah. What Selah say? Once in Etheria, you overcome all Earth. What the fuck is they talking about?
I had asked the question.
Okay. All right. No, once they hit Etheria, they don't fall. They keep rising. They talking about angels, certain ranks of angels. Correct.
I asked, do Etherean once the angels get to Etheria, can they fall in ranks?
No. No, it's upwards and onwards forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
Do you know how wonderful that is to think about?
Do you know how glad I am that I'm not gonna be burning in hell forever? Nigga, god damn. Man.
Look, for real though, listen to me though. Let me get this out too for the people that be scoffing or whatever. Okay, listen. So it's like after you get it all in, you got to get your little baby milk. You know what I'm saying? You get your little baby milk, your titty milk. Then you get your little baby food. You know what I'm saying? Then you get you a sandwich, and then you can mess with the steak. The steak part is after you get this in you and you pass away with this understanding of who your creator is. You only got to work. I mean, you know, roughly speaking, you only got to work 400 to 1,000 years to reach Etheria. And after you get to Etheria, you get to learn. It's no more. Nothing is stopping you from anything. You don't have no more, like they say, you don't have no more earthly desires. You don't have no more jealousy. You don't have no hatred. You ain't got no road rage. You ain't flipping nobody off. You ain't got nothing but patience and love.
You ain't tired. You
ain't tired. You ain't sick. You ain't hurting. Nothing, right? But you have all these beautiful experiences of sorrow, separation, celebration, joy. You know what I'm saying? All these different things, and you just get to keep going and exploring all the beautiful works of your creator because you put in the work to get there. Okay, so what I'm saying is, but in the time span of eternity, I was telling somebody the other day, okay, being in this life, you could get tired of life, right? I'm tired of living. I'm finna kill myself. And
right.
Now you in the spirit realm. Once you get to the spirit realm, it ain't no, I'm tired of being a spirit. I don't want to be a spirit no more and go back to you a spirit right. For all eternity. So when you use your time wisely and you go with the creator's plan of redemption and you get yourself to Etheria, you got all the rest of your life to experience the creation that the creator made for you. That's a hell of a thing to think about.
That's crazy, right? Dig this. We got a question from She Brew. She say, do Oahspe tell us how the Grand Canyon got that way? What you say, sis?
I think I ran across that.
I think you did too. Let's go to the first book of God. Yeah. I
can't remember the story exactly, but I did run across that.
Chapter 25. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to Daryl KSOMON, man, helping me out with the apps. Shout out to my boy Kev, hooking me up on the beats. Ooh, Cos, wait till this new flow come out. Wait till this new Oahspe flow come out. Huh? Come get your straight out of KSOMON shirts. Hold on, let me throw the link up there. Jaja boy, Jaja girl shirts.
Yes.
I'm talking about. Check out Fresh. I got the Jehovih dog tags. I got the bracelets for the sisters. We got drink mugs. We got everything. You just go on there. We're gonna be adding stuff all the time. Support your peoples, man.
Oh, wait, hold up though, KSOMON. The people that got Androids can't support y'all with it gotta have an iPhone to shop. You know, that's kind of not right.
No, I got an Android. And I can go right on to the thing.
I tried to get on there.
Hit this up. cashdrop.biz.
That's
fresh with no E, because there ain't no N.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, hold on now.
Cashdrop.biz /fresh with no E.
That's what I did. FRO with no E.
Yeah, no E.
There we go.
Fresh.
I got it now. There it is.
What's up, man?
Yeah.
We got my boy is making my partner in the business in Fresh. You dig what I'm talking about? Come get your KSOMON insurance. Straight out of KSOMON. You dig what I'm talking about? We got the Jaja boy, Jaja girls, Jehovah's daughter, Jehovah's son shirts. We got and anything that you see up there, printed hoodies or whatever, we can special to made orders. You already know, but go ahead, holla at the boy Dap. Tell him KSOMON sent you, and let's get it cracking, y'all. This thing about to pop, man. And look, my thing big. I'm thick. It's thick and good material, and you know what I mean. I can, you know what I mean. I can make some white people scared. You did what white people scared. I scare some white folks. But that thing thick, you know what I mean? You can go wear this out in the cool weather, man. That's fresh, man. cashdrop.biz/fresh with no E, because it ain't no E. Ain't no end to being fresh. You did what I'm talking about? Ain't no end. Let's go to let's answer the question, the sister question. She said,
okay, go ahead.
Oahspe tell us how the Grand Canyon got that way. First of all, you got to understand, in the Grand Canyon there is a river. There is a river there. And let's go to 25 and 10. And when you go all the way down to 10, there is a word called Hacho Aloa Goba Wocha Bak Rakex Gan Hamas Shula Pan Pan. Y'all see what I'm talking about? I ain't even gonna say it again. We just gonna call it Hachua Ola Gawocha. Gan Hamazan Zula Pan Pan. Right? That is the lake or the river that is what we commonly know today as the Grand Canyon. That thing is ancient.
Absolutely.
That thing is ancient. To where it's been whittled down all the way over that time. But also, look, let's go to verse 11. In those days, what days are they talking about? From 7050 BC until 3953 BC, or roughly 9,000 years ago. This is the time period we're talking about. Circa 7,000 BC, right? In those days, the kings and learned men put their hearts to work building canals and finding places and roadways for them, and herein lay the great glory and honor for man at that time. So places like the Missouri, the Mississippi, the Ohio, the Tennessee are all man-made. They've all been dredged by massive Ahuans who were taught by Ions. And this is why on all the petroglyphs you see a big guy with a little guy.
Yep.
In all the ancient Algonquin stories, even with the Glooscap, remember Glooscap, the big giant who would wade out into the Atlantic and catch whales with his hands.
Damn.
He was married to a little itty bitty little woman who lived in a mound.
Wow.
Look at that. But look, in those days, the kings and learned men put their hearts to work building canals and finding places and roadways for them, and herein lay the great glory and honor of men at that time. And look, it go on further to say, and God, Yichi, perceiving the virtue and wisdom of men, sent his angels to teach men the mastery of canal making. To teach men to compound clay with lime and sand to hold water. Who want to bet that if you go and dredge up the Mississippi, you will find at the bottom of it compounded clay with lime and sand?
Exactly. At the bottom of the Arkansas River too.
Yeah, all the rivers, all of them, every single one of them, especially all the major ones, all of them.
Well,
to teach man to find the gao, the balance, the level, and the force of water. The angels also taught man to make pots and kettles that come with a whole science and system. You just don't make pots and kettles. Kettles is made out of metal.
Right.
That take metallurgy. To burn clay in suitable shape, to find copper ore and silver ore. Where's the oldest copper and silver ore mines in the world? Right here in Michigan.
I was going to say Arkansas.
Nope. Right here in Michigan.
Wow.
And they found that, cause see, up in Michigan, our copper comes with a little trace of silver in it. So so it has like a genetic signature. They found it everywhere in the world. Everywhere. You dig what I'm talking about? That's because many times the Phoenicians and the Aboriginal Americans was doing deals with each other. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, 10,000 BC. To find copper ore and silver ore and gold and lead for floors of the oracle chambers, clean and white, shiny, white, suitable for angels. And they taught man how to soften copper like dough, how to harden copper like flint rock, axe, mattocks for building canals. Taught man how to work the ore and fire and melt it. Metallurgy, the first on the planet. Nobody doing it before us. Nobody doing it. And this go all the way back to the time in the arc cycle previous, the 21st arc cycle, all the way to the 21st arc cycle. And it's a taught man how to work ore in the fire and melt it, and how to make lead into sheets like cloth. Taught man to till the soil and grow wheat and corn. So who is we talking about? We know the niggas grew corn. That shit comes from America.
Exactly.
Taught the women how to grind and make bread. Taught the hunters how to slay the lion and the tiger. Only place lions and tigers ever lived was in America.
Right.
There no lions and tigers in Africa. Two total different places.
How did the lions get there?
Huh?
I said, how did the lions get to Africa?
The lions is indigenous to Africa. There are lions who are indigenous to Africa. And lions who've been took from over there. They found many of them date all the way back to the ancient ones took from America.
Okay.
You did what I'm talking about? But there are lions from Africa.
Right.
But the tigers are from a whole nother region.
Right.
They from more east in the jungle area.
Exactly.
Tigers and lions don't even rock.
They don't.
In America they did. But not only that, look what we also had. Ain't nowhere the lion, the tiger, and the mastodon existed. Only found here. You can look in the La Brea tar pits and see that that's been pulled out. The lion, a tiger, and the mastodon. And the mastodon, by the way, y'all, listen, the mastodon is not an elephant. It is more like a pig. It roots in the ground. And then dig this. See this word here in 14? Hagawata. Everywhere in the world, the oldest word for a mastodon is Hagawatha. Everywhere in America, Africa, India, Asia, same word, Hagawatha. The oldest. And look, the mastodon didn't act like an elephant. It acted like a pig. It rooted in the ground.
A big old pig. Good God.
Now, they got these things.
Like a wild boar. It's a huge wild boar.
Basically, yes. A massive wild boar as big as an elephant.
Ooh.
Bigger. You dig what I'm talking about? Because they was, in many times, the mastodon became the biggest animal on the planet after certain fall-offs. You dig what I'm saying? It was a massive beast, a wild ass. You dig what I'm talking about? So, shout to She-Brew. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout to She-Brew for the question. You dig what I'm talking about? So, you know, I need to bring them charts out. I got the charts of the rivers and the ancient names applied in the Algonquin tongues, the ancient names of the mountains, the old kingdoms. Because when you going into that, one thing you got to do is throw the boundaries they put on it out. They make little state boundaries and all that. That's man-made.
Right.
That's man-made. You know, a lot of this shit is just where it's at. You know what I mean? And with Oahspe, you dig what I'm talking about? It leads you right to stuff sometimes. Give you the ancient names, and then you go down there and you get to talking to people who know some stuff. They be like, where you know that name from? Well, we whoop 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 whoop, and they'll tell you something. Because they see you really diligently searched. You see what I'm saying? So, man, this was dope. This was dope. KSOMON and the GOAT. You did what I'm talking about? Dope, man. We dropped some light on the sisters. We didn't even go heavy hard. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't no need. But we wanted to help, you know what I mean? Just the best way we can, man. Try to get our sisters up out of these fucked up situations. This shit ain't no good for you, sister. And the reason many of y'all is still staying in them situations is because you think you praising the Most High.
Exactly.
You think you letting down the Creator.
Right.
That deity you praising is not the Creator. He would never make you feel like this.
Right.
Wake up.
That's the one thing you gotta really understand. Your Creator did not allow any of this to happen to you. You allowed it to happen to you by not seeking Him. That's kind of harsh, but it's true. I had to accept the fact myself. I allowed a lot of that stuff to happen to me because I was convinced that I had reached the all heights and that this man was my covering, and I couldn't go no further without this husband or this covering or this intercessor between me and my God. At the time, that's what I was calling, the Creator, my God. So once you start to differentiate, that's the number one thing. You figure out Creator, God, Lord gods and lords, your Ashars and your guardian angels. That's when you really start to put things in perspective, and you can see where you've gone wrong. And all you got to do is turn around and come back to your Creator. It's so simple. The only thing the Creator requires of you is to not worship false gods and deities, and to do good works unto others, and be accountable for yourself. That's it. You ain't got to worry about what you put on, if you wrapped your hair up, if you got the right amount of tassels on, if you did the feast day right, if you put the blood, if you took the leaven out your house. I mean, you ain't got to do none of that. None of that. It ain't about what you wear. It's not about what you eat. It's not about if you slept outside. It ain't about none of that. It's about knowing who your Creator is worshiping Creator only and doing good works unto others. And what I'm finding out too, what my Ashars or my guardian angels are helping me understand is giving money to everybody that asks you is not helping them.
No,
that's not helping them. But if somebody comes up to you and asks you for money, that's a good opening way to start talking to them. And I just get in their business now. What you doing? Why are you out here? How you get here? What you trying to do with yourself? What you got going on? I'm all in their business now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's helping. So you're supposed to help other people. Put other people before yourself as much as you can, because it's hard, especially when you wasn't raised in this. But do as much as you can, and your Creator's gonna meet you right where you at, and strengthen you up and grow you up, so that you're not so far down in grade when you pass on that you feel hopeless. You're not gonna feel hopeless in your Creator. There's no hopelessness or helplessness in your Creator.
Not at all.
That's, if I don't get nothing else across to y'all, there's no helplessness or hopelessness in your Creator.
And I would just like to say, sisters, love yourself. You worth
that too. Love yourself.
You worth doing better for.
Exactly.
And if you don't think we out here searching for good ones, shit, you better wake up. The good guys is looking for the good girls, just like the good girls is looking for the good guys. It's just a lot of bullshit in between. Don't be duped, man. Don't settle for anything.
Don't do it.
Don't settle.
Don't do it. I'm
Don't
telling
settle.
you, because if you wait, there's somebody for you. If that's really like your path to be with somebody, or a counterpart to your walk and your journey, there's somebody for you that's gonna walk with you and not against you. But you gotta wait. You gotta wait. As far as coming out of, I'm saying, as far as coming out of a oppressive situation, don't just run to the first dude. Like, don't come out of something like that and then be so needy or looking for something outside of yourself to where you hook up with the next dude. Don't do that either. Don't do that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Get out, spend time with yourself, learn who your Creator is, because you don't really know who your Creator is because you've been calling him God, or you've been talking about Jesus, or you've been mixing up the doctrines and following all this other crazy stuff. So when you realize who your Creator is, take time to really get to know your Creator and love yourself through the eyes of your Creator. Give yourself time to heal. Give yourself time to be strong. Then you'll know what you want and what you don't want, and you'll see it right off, afar off. And you won't even have to take no time with these Rudy Poo dudes. That you'll know instantly. So, yeah, that I wanted to say that too. So that's what I meant by wait. If you want to be in a relationship and you that's what you want. You want to have a family. Like, you don't have no children. I'm in menopause. I can't have no more babies. I'm straight. But I'm saying, if you a young girl and you in this situation and you want to be married and you want to have a family and you want a husband and all that kind of stuff, you can have it. You just gotta wait. And there is somebody out there for you that'll be right with you.
Global Purpose. Real quick. So I'm sorry, sis.
No,
Global Purpose. The link is at the top. It's the very first. It's the very first message. It's the very, very first one. It should be right at the top, but you did what I'm talking about. Let's drop it again. Hold on. Let's drop it one more time. Invite, copy, bayao, booyah, and paste.
Yeah, it was gone.
One more time, man. Y'all come on and kick it with young Cosmonian. Shout out to Malachi Maccabee in the house. I just seen him somewhere in here.
Hey, Malachi, what it do? I just want to give a shout out to all of y'all. I love every last single one of y'all up in here.
Look at my guy. Overpopulation is a political issue, not a natural issue. Indeed. Remember, in order for them to keep us under control, they need to control our resources. Yes, indeed. Man, it's more land on this thing than we know what to do with.
Right. I was just saying
nobody should be hungry.
Yeah, I wasn't saying the overpopulation. I'm not saying we're overpopulated. I was just saying, like, it seemed like if everybody, this is just something I was pondering on. If everybody did what Creator said, just one woman and one man, and all the babies came from that, not one man with 4 different women and 4 different baby mamas with all these different babies and all the scattered stuff, you know what I mean? I was just thinking, wouldn't that slow down the population? But then,
not necessarily, niggas gonna hunch. It's just be more marriages. It's just gonna be some more marriages. That's all it is. They're gonna be hunching.
They gonna hunch. It's gonna be some hunching. Okay,
it's
all
gonna be some hunching for sure.
All right.
Peace to the God, young Malachi. Huh? This is my dude, bro. Bless up, Cliff.
You coming in, man? You coming in, Malachi?
Y'all want to holler at young KSOMON, man? Come on in, man. I dropped the link in the chat. I'll drop it one more time. Let me drop it one more time for the good time. Selah said,
okay.
That's who told me. It was Selah. He said Dr. Blair knew Oahspe. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Blair tell you some stories about some stuff.
Man.
You dig what I'm talking about? Had your mind blown. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. We got going on here. Just thank you to I was gonna say we in the vortex. Store the vortex in the wood. Yep. Yep. Natsariyahu. 2017. That's when we went. August 2017 was when we went into the age of Aquarius. They didn't know what the fuck. Most people didn't know what the fuck that whole shit was about.
But you remember they were telling you not to go outside? Y'all remember that?
I don't remember that part because I was going. I don't give a damn what they
I went outside. Oh, I was outside too. That's why I was like, if they telling us not to go outside, we better go outside.
Sunshine and rain. You right. Me and Heart will fail them. Man. They gonna kill their damn self. You dig one from Shock 2047. Once y'all niggas get the grip of what the fuck's about to really go on, boy.
Wait, so let me ask you one more time just for clarity. So you said if some ships come down and they say, hey, we here for all the niggas, get on the thing, who would it be eating them? Who is that picking them up to eat them?
I don't know. I don't want to find out. I don't know, but you better not get on that ship. You better not get on that ship. Jaja said, man, rock it out here till you go there. You did what I'm talking about? Rock it out. You did what I'm talking about?
I don't know, but you better not get on that ship.
You better not. Listen, they gonna make some nigga stew out your ass. Well, we think the toes are delectable.
Oh, not the toes.
You did what I'm talking about?
You remember that one on what was that Twilight Zone? How to serve man, and it's a cookbook.
Yeah, hey, listen, but look, dig right. How could a spiritual being? You telling me this is Jesus, an angel, right? A spirit, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Coming back to get you, right? How? How is a spiritual thing about to take a physical thing?
Because you gotta give your spirit, you gotta give your physical body to get your spiritual body. Remember, you gotta trade it in.
I'm straight.
It's a trade.
I'm straight. I'm straight. I just died. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me die. I may live. I'm 125. You dig what I'm talking about? I just be old. I'm straight. You
Right.
Know what I'm talking about? I don't need to go nowhere. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't got my shit straight here yet.
I don't got my passport. I can't go.
I ain't got my shit straight here yet, nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? I ain't going out there. I ain't got a shot out there. Shit, it's bad enough just being black.
That's just as crazy. To me, that's just as crazy as the Israelites talking about we gotta flee and go to another country. Why would you go?
A country that ran you up out of it.
Right.
Your God ran you up out of there.
But you could have gone back over there and telling people that that's your land and they need to give you reparations on your land.
Cursed you, then enslaved you, and then after your fifth enslavement,
not the fifth.
The fifth. You got Egypt, you got Assyria, you got Persia,
right?
You got Babylon, right? You got Greek, you got the Greeks, you got shit. That's 6. You got Rome. That's 6. And then you got put on a ship and took to America. That's 7. And then the Hebrews say they curse right now. So your God cursed you after slavery. Damn, this nigga hates you.
Hate you.
He hates the fuck out of you. Now,
and he hates your women.
Wait till they find out that their God is white.
He hates your women. Man. Hey.
Luamanga white boy. You don't believe Luamanga white boy? Hold on, let's pull up.
Wait a minute.
Pull up the 2 representatives of Luamanga.
Cal.
The Hebrew God a white boy.
And he don't like women.
No.
So he might be a homosexual white boy. He a homosexual white boy?
He a white guy with a little dick.
Oh. He could be homosexual though, really don't like women, for real. Like just was homosexual.
He could be LGBTQ. I don't discriminate, but either way, he a fuck ass nigga. He ain't do my family no good.
No, and he hate women big time, man. He can't stand women.
Uh-oh, who we got up in here? We got Ray up in here. Let's bring Ray up in here. Hold on. Let's stop sharing the screen real quick. And I got Ray behind the scenes. Let's bring Ray on. Hi, Ray. Hit you. We can't hear you. How you doing? That's cool. Ray is in the house. Ray always come through. She is always one of the first people in the chat. And guess what Ray says? Hi. That's it. She don't say nothing else.
Hi.
How you doing, Ray? Can you hear me? Okay. I can't hear you. Speaking to the microphone. Are you Spanish?
No.
Okay. It's very hard to hear you, Ray.
I 55 almost. And I got a 12-year-old girl, a 14-year-old girl, and a 19-year-old boy.
You have a 14-year-old girl?
You got a 13-year-old boy and a 19-year-old girl?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Ray? Are you a faithist? You read Oahspe? You love the Creator?
I asked this girl on TikTok to give me her number, after her, and she told me about her mom.
I cannot understand her. I want to.
I want to hear what you're saying, but it's breaking up. Maybe it is.
Last month, this girl TikTok that she friended me after she called me on my phone, and she said she messaged, and she mentioned that she heard the truth for the
Oh, Sheila?
yeah, and then I watched the video on the 16th. I watched the one about the herbs, and I ordered.
Say it again about what?
I watched the one about the herbs. I ordered some, and just she followed up over later. Said, "Have you watched the video yet?" I said, "Okay, so which one should I watch?" So that wherever you want to. So I watched the first one, and I just saw the book. I tried to figure out what book, and then I ordered the book. So I read it on the PDF, but I don't read it yet, so I called teaching. I moved to the basement. I live in the basement of my house. But I had
It's hard to hear you, hey Ray. You might want to drop off, and then if you want to come back on, because I don't know if it's my end or whatever it is. You dig what I'm saying? It's really hard to hear you. You know?
this is because we're not sure. Turn the Bluetooth off.
Say it again.
I turned the Bluetooth off.
Oh, okay. Now we can hear you. How you doing, Ray?
Okay.
That's what's up. Hey, thank you for stopping through, man. You done subbed and liked and subscribed to the KSOMON Cal TV show?
Yeah.
That's what's up, Ray. I always like to see you when you in there, man. You usually one of the very first people in here, and you always very nice to me, and you say hi and you listen. That's what's up, man. I hope you're getting edified. What did you think about the show? What do you think about the intuitive goat's her testimony? You know what I mean? How did you like the show?
Yeah, it was very good.
Okay. You have any questions that you might want to ask the intuitive goat?
Yeah. There's a spirit code through computers, like everybody that lived in this house, like from 99 when we moved, it used to be like people, even clean neat freaks that live here, family members, they were not working. Everybody just I wonder if there's lazy spirits that could come through like games and the computer.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not only the imagery, it's actually the what we call electricity or the pulse. It uses the machine. The machine gets off of energy, and it's able to vibe through the machine. You dig what I'm saying? It's not the fact that it's a TV, or it's not a fact. It could do it with anything.
Mm-hmm.
It just uses the vortexian current or moving vortexian current, which is called electricity, to in a sense make itself visible. And you never know, a thing could be attached to a thing also.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And just come with it. You know what I mean? It just comes with it. So you're sitting there watching TV and you don't, you know, next thing you're having a seizure. You know what I mean? It doesn't.
You could buy a microwave. You could buy a new microwave and bring the microwave home, and pop some popcorn, and
next thing you know, you're sick as a dog. You dig what I'm saying? And you don't feel right, and you know what I mean? Those, and also I would just like to tell everybody, when you get them feelings, like she asked the question because she had a serious, you know, question like, can this affect me? Like through a video game, through a DVD player, through a CD. Yes, especially with the visual. Especially with the visual. You know what I mean? They play on Vortexian current. You know what I mean? Those who know how to ride the wave do. You know what I mean? But I usually find that real dark spirits are held on to little personal objects. These are usually the really dark ones that go in houses and they just burrow in there like a rat and just infest and get lower and lower and lower and lower. So, but your gut told you something was wrong or something could be wrong. Listen to your gut. Your gut was right. Your gut was right. It's always been right. It's never, ever, ever, ever been wrong. The only time it's been wrong is when you question it, but you paid for that. Trust me. Your gut is always right. So if you think that thing can affect you like that, it can. And come to find out, you're right. So your gut was right in the beginning, right?
I got can it affect the people and the other people in the house? Because it seems like everybody's affected. It's been going on since 2000, early 2000.
Well, I would say this. There's always balance. So if the demons can come in, the Juju can come in, they can get out too. You know what I'm talking about? First of all, it's really only two things you need to do. One, pray to the Creator, not the God. Tell them to bring them high-raised angels down there and they will remove them. Sage your house while you're praying.
Yes.
Sage your house while you're praying.
Cedar.
Can I tell her the prayer that I say? When I'm burning my sage, I get a white candle and I burn the candle. And as I'm burning my sage, I say, thank you, Creator, for blessing my home, and any negative entity that is trying to attach itself to me or stay inside my house, I send back to the white light of the Creator with love and forgiveness. And that's what I say. Because
they got to go.
And they got to go. I'm not angry with them. And they don't need to retaliate against me for leaving. I'm sending them back to their Creator with love and forgiveness. So whatever they did, I forgive y'all. I love y'all. Go on back to where you came from. I'm gonna gotta go.
All right. That's what's up. Thank you, Ray. Thank you for stopping through. Anybody else want to come in? Don't hit that link. You know what I mean? I'll drop it one more time. One more again. Come in, holler at your boy KSOMON, man. Just the Jehovah Chronicles, man. This is where you tell Jaja everything. This that Ethereum record. You dig what I'm talking about? When they open up the records on your life, this is going to be one of the seconds. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, remember that time you was on KSOMON, Cal? You was just, that's going to be recorded up in there.
That's right. That's right. That's what's up. That's what's up.
There's a what? What she say? What the sister say? There's a documentary they did, scrubbed yet saw it the other day about the moon hoax from free documentary YouTube channel, about 50 minutes. Man, it's so much. Now they did pull a hoax. They went one time and then go back. All that 1970 Neil Armstrong shit, that's fake. That part fake.
Mm-hmm.
But when they went in 1970, 69, 70, you dig what I'm talking about? They went. You dig what I'm talking about? They went. But they ain't been their ass back.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? So something out there, man. Something out there. What you say? What the sister chick for say? That's why it's hard for me to accept Thomas Edison's discovery of electricity, because this revolution came after they raided the pyramids. Come on. Talk to him, sis. I saw people on the clouds when I was very little. Okay. Thinking I can burn forever. Used to. What'd he say?
Scared the hell out of me.
Right, man. Listen, Oahspe is freedom.
Mm-hmm.
It is liberty. And this is how it feels to really be a G. When you can scream liberty and mean it, not only for you, but for everybody.
Everybody.
For the people who coming after you that ain't even born yet.
And the ones that left you here.
Okay. They say, KSOMON Cal, can you show the sign of Oahspe? What do you mean? You mean this? Hold on. Oh, they talking about the sign of Jehovih in Jehovah's name. It's signifying all creation. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is the thing that divides all, the great duality. You see what I'm saying? And this is upwards and onwards forever. That is the sign of Jehovah. That's right, Elijah. Symmetry, union, ascension. Hit her off with it one more time. Finger Jehovah. Upwards and onwards forever. My sister went to sleep. What we got going on in the chat,
Upward
man?
And onward, y'all. Upward and onward.
Shout out to Cruz Collins, man. Shout out to Cruz Collins. Say, you look like a teenager, sis. I think he flirting. I think Cruz Collins flirting.
He said, I look like a teenager.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See Cruz Collins flirting. Somebody got crushed.
Hey Cal. You see how our bills with somebody Jamia said it's so peaceful here, because our bills were peaceful. We don't got a bunch of riffraff in the comment section. You see how our bills with somebody
Hey, Tickler, you got a feedback. You gotta kill one of them playbacks. My big sister better than your big sister, punk. I got my body in house, Sister Tigva. What's going on, sister?
Blessings, family, blessings. Intuitive God, I enjoyed this immensely. Well, you know I love talking to you anyway. I love you, Cal, for opening up this platform to showcase things, because from a Hebrew Israelite standpoint, women are truly brutalized in a manner that, you know, it's super sad, especially when you come across sisters and they just be so blindly listening and believing some of the things that they say. And no matter what you say, it's just like talking to the people on the other platforms. I'm like, but what about the scriptures? And it tells you all these things. And I'm like, really? I myself, I personally feel like as a woman, you should know better. You should get this like that. Because men just, you know, I'm not going to say nothing bad about my brothers because I love all my brothers.
Okay.
But I just think sometimes with these sisters who are going hard in learning from a Hebrew standpoint, that they would, when you're learning all these different things that they say women are supposed to do, some of these women go out of their way. I mean, they be studying hard, and these women's Bible studies be going in hard. And, you know, it's like you're hearing it, but it's not connecting because you can't connect the two things that don't make sense.
Right.
You know, and I'd be like, but it's a baby. You know, it's I mean, I have one child and I'm happy about that. I didn't want no more, but you know, that was labor. Labor taught me that. But I just tell people all the time, I said, when I meet young people who are pregnant, I said, look, go through it without any drugs first. And then if you still want to do some more, then have at it.
But I did all 5 of mine head up, so that it obviously didn't deter me.
Yeah, you special. You special.
Let me hit my global purpose. Go ahead, hit the site down at the bottom. It's fresh with no E. Clothing and apparel line at /cashdrop.biz/fresh. Cashdrop.biz/fresh. Get all your Jaja gear. You dig what I'm talking about? And go and get you some of them. Why is the word slipping my mind? It's not a cooler. What is the thing that keeps your drink cold?
A cozy.
Yeah.
A drink
Go
cozy.
get your cozies. You dig what I'm talking about? With Jehovih Chronicles. You can deck them out. You dig what I'm talking about? It's got the sign of the creator on there. It's got gods and training on there. It's got different sayings, you know what I mean? And go get yours from the fresh.
That's what I'm talking about. That's
fresh
what I'm talking about.
Cashdrop.biz
Fresh cashdrop.biz.
And it's fresh with no E. Because it ain't
I
no E.
couldn't find you until you told me that. Cal, it has been a ball. Your girl sitting here, my sciatica is messing with me sitting in this chair. I'm gonna have to lay down.
Well, I wanted to tell Sister Ray, she always beats me in the chat. I used to be like, hey, Ray, you're here so fast. I mean, I have all my notifications on. I get in and I'm like, well, damn, hey, Ray.
Hey, Ray, what she hit you with? Hey.
I think Ray and I were speaking yesterday. She was coming with some hot ones yesterday in the chat.
And I had to check my settings. I'm like, is Ray getting a special message? She is. My internet connection must be slow or something because Ray don't be playing. I be like, Ray beat me in the mornings with Sister Pam. She beat me on set. I'm like, well, good morning, Ray. So bless up, my sister. It is beautiful to see you.
Thank you for coming through, Ray. Thank you for supporting too. You dig what I'm saying?
There.
Ray always come through. That's what's up, man. That's what's
Ray
up.
don't miss nothing.
No miss a thing. You dig what I'm saying? So That's what's up, man. She be over here on C-Law. Go to Malachi Mac. What's y'all site? It's called Nazarene and Faithist Sisters. Y'all go to that site. They're gonna be coming with some hot stuff. It's the sisters. They going in. You dig what I'm talking about? You know I'm gonna be there showing love. You dig what I'm saying?
I'm talking about Iman's thing. I was like, what?
Yeah, talking about Iman's page.
Yeah.
Nazarene.
I got you now. Yeah.
Nazarene and Faithist Sisters at YouTube.
Yes.
Yep. Nazarene and Faithist Sisters. Huh?
Sisterhood.
Yep.
Yes, sisterhood.
The whole sisterhood goes. Oh, it's Nazarene and Faithist Sisterhood.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I subscribed anyway. So Nazarene and Faithist Sisterhood.
It's
What is that?
Y'all go over there and like that, man. They're gonna be coming with some fire.
It's gonna be the YouTube channel for the women to uplift other women. We're gonna be talking about women stuff and women issues based on our outlook from Oahspe's perspective.
Sister Tikva.
Yes, sir.
Being a Hebrew woman, were you married or did you ever get caught up in the Hebrew doctrine yourself?
Well, my husband, he died in 2018, but before he died, I had already left the church. I left the church in 2004. And, I pretty much put the Bible, I was throwing Bibles away. I was, I would be no, I'm good. I'm good. Mm-hmm. And so from that point, I just left Christianity alone. And then I was like, it's got to be an answer somewhere to make me understand, because some things never made sense. And I've had pastors. I used to be the kind of person that when church was over, I'd be standing when the preachers come down for the procession and they come down and shaking people's hand. I'd be like, oh, Pastor, one question. So when you talked about it, I want to talk about it.
Right.
And I remember when I was a child, they was talking about creation. And at the same time, they were talking about growing beans. When you're in elementary school, they teach you how to grow beans and potatoes and stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was listening to the sermon that day, and he said something about, the fruits and the vegetables and how we have all this good food and all this other kind of stuff. And then he talked about, and then on the fourth day, and I was like, well, that means we don't need no sun.
Right.
So I asked the pastor about it after service was over, and I told him, how you going to do that? He said, you got to have faith.
Mm-hmm.
So
they don't want you to think.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want you to think. They want you to just believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but me in my mind, I was like, okay, I got faith. So I took a sweet potato because that was the choice that they was having in class about. And so I took a sweet potato and put it in my closet. And I left that thing there for a long time. And when I say my mother found that potato and beat my behind, it was like, why would you do something so stupid?
Because the pastor said we don't need no light to grow things.
And that's what he said. We didn't. I said, well, what about the sun? He said, have faith.
You gotta have faith.
Yeah, and that's what I did. And when I got my behind beat afterwards, and she made me clean out the closet. My mother was a clean fanatic, so she had me take all the clothes out the closet. I had to wash everything in the closet, wipe down the closet. She had me working my butt off that weekend, and I was like, this is really horrible. So when I went to church the next Sunday, I told the pastor about it. So he's like, well, sister, some things you just have to learn as you get older. And as you get older, you will begin to learn and understand God. I was like, I'm looking at him, feeling my butt. I'm like, okay. But, that was my mindset. And it always had been, because I like to ask questions. And so after I left the church, I was like, I'm done with this. And so then I started dealing with Buddhism. And I really enjoyed the chants. The chants were really, really, great to me. It made me feel good. And I was, and then by now my husband had died, so I was really, really depressed. So the Buddhist chanting made me feel good. And I remember we used to be chanting And I remember I used to be able to see this light and this chanting. And I would be like, oh, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. And then, I never got there. It's like I couldn't get to that spot that I was trying to get to. So one day this brother was trying to talk to me. And so I was looking into, I done got me a library card. I was going in looking at occult stuff. And so he came by the house and he saw a book. He said, what you know about the occult? I said, I'm trying to learn. And so he said, well, if you really want to know something, them Jews ain't Jews. That's our people. And I was like, okay. So I looked into it and I'm like, oh, so I'm a Hebrew. So then I delved hard in it. I mean, hard in it. I was writing stuff down. Then keep in mind, I done threw away all the Bibles I had. So I had to start buying me some more Bibles. I spent $150 on that Hebrew Israelite scriptures Bible. And I bought that one because he apparently reads Hebrew. So I was like, well, he's getting it directly from the Hebrews. And he had, that book. He had the book of Enoch. He did a lot of different books. He translated from Hebrew. And so I was like, okay. And so we good. And so I was doing the feast days. And, when the Feast of Unleavened Bread come, I got to pack up all my stuff.
All of that stuff.
Take it out. And then I'm like, this is a lot of work. And God forbid I forgot the baking soda was in the refrigerator.
Right.
I cried about that one year.
Wow.
And then one day, I was watching my goddaughter. She was staying with me. She had some, issues. So she liked to meditate. And so she was meditating. I was trying to teach her how to meditate, but sometimes you can't teach someone how to meditate. So I said, let me see if I can find something on YouTube. So I found something. And so I was cleaning house. I was letting her watch it. And it was Sister Pam. Nice. And while she was talking, I'm walking back and forth, and she said something about Noah's Ark, and I'm like, I said, what'd she say? And so I said, I came back, I liked the video and then saved the video. I said, I got to come back and look at this from the beginning.
Right.
But I couldn't get my mind off of what she was saying, so after a while, I just sat down. I'm like, Oahspe. I said, this sounds like some bull. I said, but let me see if I can't find something about it online. So I downloaded the PDF.
Gotcha.
I was reading it. And then I was like, well, it's got to be somebody else on YouTube talking about this book besides Pam, because she was doing that 7-something in the morning thing. And I was like, I'm not a morning person. I struggle every morning. So I pulled up the Oahspe and I saw all these different videos, and then I came across Selah. And I was like, oh, a brother, let's see what he say. And then he was talking about gods, Lord gods. And I was like, wait a minute. So then I got my Bible out and I started, looking. And I was like, let me get my Strongs. I bought a Strongs, but then I couldn't find it. So I said, what's got to be online? And I started looking at what he was saying. And I was like, well, that all makes sense.
Right.
Yep.
So,
gotcha.
Then the person I'm dating right now, he's a hardcore Hebrew Israelite. And apparently, y'all know he ain't taking it too well right now.
Honey Bunny having issues.
But let me tell you about today, literally today, because he kept trying to give me reasons why he didn't want to read the book. But he kept saying I didn't understand. And so finally I was like, whenever you ask me a question, I answer it. I said, I asked you for a specific reason. And then when he broke down his reasons, I told him, I said, that book don't say nothing like that. I said, you talking about something that you have. I said, out of the entire Oahspe, I myself personally think that it only talks about the Bible per se, or the information in the Bible, maybe 10%. 10% of the stuff is about the Bible. Everything else is about upward and out.
It decodes the Bible. I don't
exactly.
even necessarily say it talks about the Bible, but it puts historical things
into context.
Onto the timetables of prophecy, and they just happen to line up with stories that we heard through the Bible.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I always call Oahspe the great decoder.
It is a decoder. It is. That's what I said.
It's a decoder.
That's what I was telling people.
Because everything that they ever told me was false, Oahspe has proved that it's true.
Right.
Everything they told me was true, Oahspe has proved that it's false.
The lie detector says that's false.
That's false.
Well, I tell people, I said the Bible tells you. I tell people don't not read it.
Yeah,
because it tells you what not to do.
It's like an absent father. You dig what I'm talking about? It's like trying to be a dad when you had an absentee father. You don't know exactly what to do, but you know what not to do.
Exactly.
So,
because I would say, I asked him, I said, well, tell me, what does the Bible tells us exactly what we did to get in this type of bondage? I said, because we had to do something for him to take his hands off of us. And so he was like, sin. I said, but what sin specifically? Can you tell me what sin specifically? And he never had an answer. I said, could it have something to do with breaking like the very first commandment? The first one. Let's just start with the first one.
And if you're going to take your hands off me, take your hands off me. You dig what I'm talking about? Don't keep cursing me and sending me into slavery and cursing me and sending me into slavery. Cursing me and sending me into slavery. Dang.
Good Lord. I don't even
God dang. You dig what I'm talking about? Get them off me.
I don't want to get cut off punishment.
Look,
right,
I don't want
it is.
No more.
I'd rather take the look.
I don't want to be with you anymore, Mr. God.
Yeah, I'm straight.
And look, I have bought Bibles for people. This $150 Bible, I done bought 3 of them. And along with the other books that he had, I bought all of them.
That's awesome.
And I say I gotta support my people. I like to support my people any way I can. Right. I can't do everything, but anything that I can do, I try to show my support. I'm buying these books. And then, like my mother, she told me, she said, well, what about the book you bought me? I said, well, I'm not telling you not to read it. It's beautifully crafted. It just tells you what not to do. So she's like, well, I told my cousin, I told you, he passed away a couple of months ago. And so my aunt, she's been, it's her firstborn child. So, she's been sad and depressed. And I tried to tell her, I said, we've been reading with Pam the entire time. And during the time that he passed, I literally was doing something that I did not know we were supposed to do.
Wow.
And when it happened, and like 3 days after I'd already done it, we started talking about it in the class with Pam. I'm like, hey, I did that. I didn't even know I was supposed to be doing that.
That's what's up.
And then when I thought about it, I was like, well, maybe that's a good thing for him because, he had sickle cell, so he was suffering for 42 years, basically.
Wow.
And so, he didn't have any children because he didn't want to pass that trait on to another child.
Mm-hmm.
But I would always be like, come on, cuz, let's get just one child. And he'd be like, you have another one. And I was like, okay, that's fair. So
yeah, you put that thing back on you. You was like,
all right, then you be good. I said, well, find a woman who got a child. Somebody need a daddy.
Yeah.
He felt, because he loved children and he wanted children, but he just did not want to pass that suffering on. Yeah. So I had to respect that. And when they called me to tell me that he was getting a full blood transfusion, I'm like, that's serious. I said, because women who go through sickle cell, if they can get past their teens and into their 20s, they usually can live a long life. Mm-hmm. But men who have sickle cell usually have their problems in their 40s.
Yeah.
So that's where he fell in at. And so when he passed and I heard about it, I was devastated because I couldn't go to Atlanta at the time. And so I started fasting and praying for him because I knew that he passed while living under the Church of Christ type of Jesus only type rhetoric. So I was praying that our family and our ancestors come to help him move forward. And I just did that, not even knowing that's what we're supposed to be doing during those 3 days.
Yep.
To gather our ancestors together in order to help that one that has passed over. And
that's
so
in
when
the
I
given laws.
yeah, and I didn't even know that. And when I found that out, I tried to tell my aunt. I don't even think halfway through my statement. She said, yeah, no, he's in the ground sleeping. And he has to wait till the day of judgment. I said, no, Auntie, no. She said, let me send you some literature. I was like, you don't have to. I said, but I could send you something. She said, oh, no. She said, well, I just need you to talk to the pastor. I said, oh, by all means. Have him call me. I said, I would love to. So I said, well, let me send you the book. And she's like, no, thank you. So I was talking to somebody. I said, maybe I should send the book anonymously to the pastor. And see what happened.
Hey, that church will be closed in 3 months. That thing, hey, this Oahspe will convict you, man. It'll convict you.
Well, I tell people that the first thing the Oahspe does is make you look at yourself
That's
first.
what I tell you all the time.
Because once you realize that the devil didn't make you do this, or the devil didn't make you do that, that was all you.
Take responsibility.
Not that you could not have been influenced or inspired, but it's still that choice that we make. And once you make that choice, you cannot go back on it. You have to accept the consequences and repercussions of your actions.
Exactly.
Like these parents, y'all going out there slapping people, getting all in people's face. Hey, there's consequences and repercussions for your actions if you come across the wrong person.
Exactly.
Yeah, it could be death.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So y'all be careful out there, man. Listen, this is real. This is real. This is what's going on. This is the oppression of women and young girls in the Hebrew religion. I'm not making this up.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, Callan. I was going to ask you this last night, but I got sidetracked. I said, because just like last night I can't remember what the name is, the prophet chat, all they care about is John Newborough. And I was like, but what about what the book is saying? I say, okay, forget about the book. What about the Bible? What is saying? That doesn't matter to anybody? But they're so quick to say, I'm God-fearing and I love Jesus. And I said, but y'all still not paying attention to the information that you have readily available in everybody's house. Every hotel you go to, the information is there for you to see for yourself, but they don't want to see it. And I don't understand how they don't want to see it.
And if they lived up to the highest tenets held within Buddhism or Brahmanism or Confucianism or Islam or Christianity or the Hebrew faith, which is Christianity, you dig what I'm saying? If they held to those highest tenets written in that book, do unto others as thou would do, do not kill, you know what I mean? Have no God before. If they actually held to them, they would be in a good spot. You dig what I'm talking about? But they broke every damn law in the world. And they doing it every day, and it's okay. Hey. And y'all got my sisters caught in this mess now.
Remember this scripture out of the Bible where it talks about this man that sold his woman to these men, and they defiled her all night. And then she dragged herself to the front yard and died, and he cut her up in pieces and threw her body all about the land. When you tell them that story, they skip right past, like you didn't even say that. Like, oh well, that was just a woman. But if that story,
Lot had sex with 2 daughters, and I don't care how much Hennessy, cognac, wine, or whatever, you ain't gonna get there twice. And not know what you're doing. But that's okay though.
But same thing with the Noah story. These people go to these different regions and they all family and they all having sex. And this is how we got here from 6 people. Because Noah and his wife didn't have no more.
They had no more children.
All from 6 people. 8 billion today. It's the damn how.
Oh, this one brother tried to explain it to me because I put a disclaimer out when people want to be my friend on Facebook. I accept their friend request. Then I tell them, I said, beloved brother or sister, I just want to let you know ahead of time. Some of my posts might offend,
right?
And if they offend you, do not feel that you need to come save me. Just go ahead and unfriend me.
Right.
That don't happen. They come back and try to save me. They come back.
It's a bloodline. You just can't stop being Israel. You Israel by blood. Blood in and blood out. Gang, gang. Oh, if you don't move around that bullshit. Yeah.
But I'm grateful to Selah. I'm grateful to Pam. I'm grateful to you, KSOMON. I said, because when I first, got into this, I was like, as being a Hebrew, I had to cut out all kind of stuff I watched on TV, stuff that I wore. I've thrown away so many clothes. It's ridiculous. I mean, I've thrown away some very nice clothes.
Nice stuff.
Yeah. I had so many wraps. I had to go get my driver's license done over earlier, and I had to have my head wrapped, right? So I had to sign this piece of paper to say that I can have my head wrapped in my driver's license picture.
Yep.
And so, so now my driver's license has my head, because people used to say, "You got hair under there?" I said, "I got plenty of hair. I promise you." Well, nobody can see. And if I was rushing trying to go to work and one lock was sticking out, my coworkers talking, "Ooh!" I'm like, "What is wrong with y'all? We want to see if it was yours."
Man,
I love y'all.
But also, Cal, I have done my lineage as far back into the early 1800s with my great grandparents, and again, not near one of them were slaves. They were landowners. They had people that worked for them, but them themselves, they were not labeled as slaves.
Exactly.
And the thing about that, I used to tell people, I said, why is you trying to convince a people that they're not already at home?
Because you can't enslave a man on his own land, but I can tax you. See, people got to recognize a planter and a farmer are two different things. A planter deals with agriculture and actually working the plantation. He grows produce. A farmer taxes the plantation. So this is how the farmers was set up by the United States government to come in and tax. This is how many times they became sharecroppers, but then over time the white man gained the land. Because we'll go into it. I'm growing all the stuff. Now it may cost me $600 worth of stuff to get me through the year, right? Or $1,000 worth of stuff to get me through the year. And they would price gouge. You see what I'm saying? So they would tell me it'd be $1 for this, but then I go back and it's $2. You know what I mean? So now, I got to produce more to try to pay off my bill. But then this is what it's. So let's say I owe $1,000 at the end of the year, and this year I only made $1,200. So you just barely squeak by. You pay it. Now you don't got enough money to last you through another year. You need at least another $800 or so to get you through the year. He say, "Okay, I'll front it to you. Go ahead." You dig what I'm talking about? Now that the price that it cost me $1,000 to get through the year has now raised into $1,200, $1,500 for the same products. You see what I'm saying? But I only produce $1,200 again. So now I'm $300 in debt. We keep going like that, and you see the debt start to compound to where the nigga say, "Hey, look, man, you owe me, man. I need my thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Blah 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 blah. Well, I'll just take this part of your land." And that just keeps going on and on and on. See, our people were only on the plantations because we owned them.
Right. Exactly.
That's it.
And since we did not desire or want so much, we could live in minimal accommodations.
We lived that way anyway. Even that's why we was rich. We didn't need that. We was primarily vegetarian. We grew everything we ate.
All right, lay down, y'all.
You did what I'm talking about? Yeah, my back is starting to hurt on this mug.
Well, I enjoyed it. I thank you, Cal, for hosting our sister. Bless up. I was talking about, I was loving the your stone. I could see it in the Facebook chat, but I couldn't see it on YouTube. And I was like, oh, let's look. But see, I got mine right here.
Yes. Look at yours. Yes, you do.
That copper work good for y'all too, man. That copper work good on your blood circulation.
I got one on my ankle, two on this arm, and sometimes I got one on this arm, but this is my busy arm. This one I keep knocking, so I just got two on this side here. But I have one on my ankle because I had surgery on it, and it has been, helpful because, it's still a little process of me walking quickly. But I'm still healing. But I got copper socks. I got copper bracelet now. I don't go to sleep without it no more. My girlfriend, Anita, she said, I never take mine off. So I was like, I'm going to have to keep mine on when I go to sleep now, too.
Yo,
my sciatica, that's what's wrong with me.
This was a fire build. Thank y'all for coming through. Thank you to my faithless family. Halito. Asio, namaste, peace.
Hit the Super 7.
You dig what I'm saying? Hey,
hold on. Let me say my little thing before you go. This your girl, DeSean LaFay, your intuitive goat. It was wonderful being here with y'all, but I'm about to go. But as always, your girl is gonna be back.
That's right. Y'all go over there, sub, like, share. To the intuitive goat. Thank you to my sister Tikva for coming through. I'm KSOMON now. Breathe in. Let the light in. I'm KSOMON and I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh, it's that Jehovih, that chow mein, that papabul, that tau mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao saying, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See, the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oahspe flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing put equal. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oahspe flow is so potent, set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling